You hear the chickens crowing, you know it's early. Probably go south this morning, work on those quests. Morning, Maduros.
Morning.
I ran a dungeon last night, like right before I went to bed with a Death Knight. Slave pins, I think is what it's called. And with some guildies, I was recording footage for stuff. And hang on, my brain's not working. It was interesting. It was an interesting run. Let's put it that way, because there was it was like a DPS group, and all the guys wanted to test their DPS characters. It was like JJ Dino and I forget who else was in there. I mean, the Death Knight did okay, like holding aggro, but I lost aggro like every fight within the first 5 seconds because the paladin would just drop his AOE. That, what do you call it? The consecration, whatever. And if I didn't have the Death Scourge up, that AOE that I have that pulls aggro, the shit would be ping ponging all over the place. So I learned a little bit last night about the different group makeups I would have to group with if I was a pickup tank, and I'm like, thank God I don't have to do that because I'm not a pickup tank. But it was fun. It was like a quick 30-minute thing, just go in, go out. Got the footage. I was just sitting here recording footage for off of YouTube, and then Dino sent me a tell in Discord. And I was like, yeah, I'll come tank.
Well, I'm sure a lot of that too was they were immediately blowing it up and not letting you
Oh, well, it was immediate.
hit threat.
Yeah. Which is what, it's a good test because that's how a pickup group's probably going to, most pickup groups are going to do it that way. And then they'll yell at you if you don't get aggro, blame it on the tank. But it was a good run. Nobody died. A couple of close calls, but it definitely made me kind of understand that it's, the Death Knight's cool and everything else, but on AoE threat, it's good, but only if everybody gives you at least a couple seconds on the pull, because otherwise, if they go in guns blazing, it's like, oh shit, they're running all over.
That's when you let them die. That's what I always did.
For sure. I mean,
just let them die. DPS are a dime a dozen. If they don't know their role, well, guess what? You're tanking it yourself.
Yep. Have fun. Just get smacked around the face.
Which quests did you guys complete yesterday?
A handful. So let me just real quick off the top of my head. We did the one where you clear the bones on the bridge or on that road where you click the bones, like you sanctify the bones or whatever.
Yeah.
We did that one. We did the one where you have to go kill the dudes to get the demonic stones to close the two portals.
Okay.
We did. There was a boss we had to kill over there where we were getting the talismans. Southeast of here, the orc boss guy in that one fort. And then we did all of the bombing quests and that whole chain where you bomb everything with the griffins. And then the 2 quests in the mine. And I think we also did the husks, the worm creatures. Maybe like 10 quests or so.
Okay.
It's all good. We can bang them out with you this morning.
Yeah, I ran Molten Core with the guild yesterday.
Nice.
That was actually right before you logged in.
I saw some
It's
messages in Discord, but I wasn't entirely sure what it was alluding to, so now it makes sense.
yeah, a couple people wanted to do Molten Core, I guess. So
Nice.
I kind of tagged along, but I'll tell you, I totally forgot what raids were like as far as item degradation. So in raids, you lose, especially on shields and weapons, you lose
Oh,
durability just from attacking.
that's cool.
So we're definitely going to need somebody with repair bots.
Food for thought. Yeah, Rebecca. That's just when I play a DPS, I just learned from the EverQuest days. I just hold back for like 5 seconds. Once I know the tank's got it,
Because
we're
I
good to
ended
go.
up having to bow out because I was on the rogue. Both my daggers broke. I was using a one-handed sword in my main hand, and I'm not spec for swords at all.
That's funny. Yeah,
But we got all the way
this
to
character
Ragnaros
is
before most of our equipment was just
nice.
shot.
This character is a hunter, Matthew. This is my static group character. So, what's up, DBA? Finishing Lotro. Awesome, man.
It was also nice too. There's one boss in there in particular that has some mechanics that even at I was the only non-70. Everybody else was 70. I was only 68. But Baron Geddon, man, I forgot how tough he can be. He does this AOE called Inferno, where all your melee has to run away from him. And he'll randomly put a debuff on somebody called Living Bomb. So you have to be careful because if they put that on the melee and then the melee's running away, you pretty much want your melee to make sure that they're like running a different direction from the group.
Yeah, go into a corner.
Because they blow up and do damage, you know, an AoE damage to everybody.
Nice. Well, hey Matthew.
Yeah, we actually
we
wiped
have
the first time.
2 different groups of people who are playing EverQuest 2. If you
All it takes
need a
is
community,
one person to
um,
run the wrong way.
like Gila and Joe are playing casually on the Antonia Bale server, which is our old server. We have a guild hall there and everything else. And then Nathan's group has a guild, and we play on Saturdays on the Varsoon server. The Antonia Bale server is free to play, and then the other one is a paid server, most recent progression server. So if you need a community, let us know. Otherwise, have fun. EverQuest 2 is an awesome game. I think it's going to be there'll be a learning curve for a lot of people who haven't done stuff in a long time. I think the challenging part is going to be it's always challenging when you have new people getting into the curve. And not new by new players, but people who have never raided with this group before. Because everybody gets a little everybody gets a little trigger happy during the first few runs. It's like, that gets cured real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright, I'm gonna fly out to you or waiting on Joey. What is going on here? I can help you work on whatever until you do the Griffin bombing quests. Oh, I should put this on free for all so that you get all the loot. I may have almost ninja looted that. Hello, Mr. Pet. Oh, I got a ding too. Wait, did you just ding or did my pet ding?
Your pet.
I thought he got a talent point. Apparently not.
Morning, guys.
Morning.
I forgot to make the coffee last night, so I'm in a sad state right now.
Sex to me.
Yeah. Yep.
I feel
Okay.
fairly refreshed this morning because I went to bed at like 9:30 last night, which is I got to bed on time basically. The cats did wake me up like 3 times, but I still got a first night of decent sleep in a while.
That's good. Magic carpet.
I can show you the world. Fly shimmering splendor. If you join our Discord, Matthew, there's a link somewhere down below, unless you're already in it. If you go to the EQ1, EQ2 section, the guild is called the Raven Syndicate. That's our gaming community. And you'll want to tag Lance/Gila, Guilla. He's the guy who's him and Joe and a handful of others are currently playing on the free-to-play server.
First bombing run here.
All right, Joey and I can go. Oh, where are you at, Joey?
Oh, I was following him, but I was like,
No,
I'm
he's
not
he's got to do the bombing runs. So, what can we work
You
on?
need to kill that named orc though too.
Okay. Let's go work on the footman while he's doing that, Joey, because that's just a kill quest, and then we can get caught up on all that stuff as he gets caught up.
Tell you one thing, man, the rogue, dagger spec rogue got way more powerful with the pre-patch.
You just kill these on the ridge line. somebody called me an alt-right today on my Rings of Power video, and I went, what? They claim that I did a video on was Tolkien racist. I don't know if it was that video. No, it wasn't that video, but I did a video on that, and they left a comment on that one. And then in yesterday's video, I was talking about how Chris, who has never read the books, commented, and she's Mexican, bear that in mind, commented on, hang on a second, how is there a black elf in Middle-earth? And I went, well, you just touched on a very sensitive topic, because a lot of people are, you know, that's a sensitive topic right now. And the mythology was written from an Anglo-Saxon perspective, so there were colored people in Lord of the Rings. There were the people of Harad and so on and so forth. But his elves and dwarves and etc. were written from an Anglo-Saxon perspective, so they were light of skin like the Vikings would be. And no one would ever go in to say the show like the Vikings and complain that there weren't black Vikings, because there weren't black Vikings, and that has nothing to do with diversity or inclusivity or racism. It's just black people don't live in Norway. You know what I mean? Like, it was all white. That's the nature of where they lived. And I was making that discussion point, and someone claimed that I'm a racist because I was talking about how, from that perspective, and this is even after I said I don't care which actor gets put in the role as long as it's the right actor for a role, and I think the guy who's playing Arondir is doing a good job. I think the character is intriguing, but it does beg the question, you know, for people like Chris who are asking, how did a black elf come to be? And it's like, I don't know. That's a decision the showrunners have made to, as they put it, modernize the lore for the current generation. And someone made the claim that I just don't want to see black people on television, and therefore I'm an alt-right racist. And I was like, oh my god, what?
Yeah.
I'm confused.
People are very quick to throw that out, and it's unfortunate.
Like, I'm married to a Mexican. Like, do you not understand how racism works? Matthew, I'm assuming you are Umbra Wolf in Discord. Let me make sure to get you tagged here. Alright, well, I just tagged Gila and Joe, Matthew, in case they, I'm not sure their schedule, but when they get around, they should be able to reach out. You said you needed the orc over to the east of us, Maduros?
I got him.
Oh, okay.
The one that was in that camp.
Yeah, that dude. There's a Fell Reaver. Rebecca. I love EQ2. However, every time I play EQ2, I think I'm going to level and do content, and the next thing I know, 7 decorated houses later, it's like, oops! The housing system is pretty awesome in EverQuest 2. So this time around, Maduro, since it's Tuesday, I actually remember to set an alarm for the Vanguard group. I totally forgot about it last week 'cause we were having so much fun in EverQuest, or excuse me, in World of Warcraft. And all of a sudden, I've got Nathan and Sparoh in our in our YouTube chat going, "Hey guys!" I think the servers go down at 9 anyway, but it was still amusing last week.
Yeah, I certainly forgot.
Oh yeah, we were cruising along just like balls out with the wow. I mean, just soaking it all in, and then the next thing you know, it's like, oh shit, it's 8 o'clock. Oh shit, it's Tuesday morning. Oh shit, we have a Vanguard today. Do you need a coffee, Chris? You okay? Yeah, they've got different schedules, Matthew, so you'll just have to touch base with them. And I think there are other people who are playing on Antonia Vale as well. It's been, because we did Antonia Vale Thanksgiving, Christmas, and January. So our entire gaming community was on EQ2 for a few months, but then we moved off to other things. We were doing Lotro quite a bit. Now we're into World of Warcraft primarily. But there are still people who are playing, so you'll just have to touch base with them to see when to play. Which ones do you still need from here, Murderos?
The footman.
Okay.
I'm gonna go grab my coffee. I'll be right back.
I'm still good. I could almost use the second cup. Oh, he runs back if I don't have aggro. else do we need to get you caught up on? Do the mines, I guess, real quick.
Yeah, did you guys do the one from the goblins? Ravager eggs.
No, we did not. I also see
Okay.
something to the south of us, Mysteries of the Light. I guess we'll do that when we go back in for the named.
Possible that's the one that leads to the named.
Yeah, might as well go back and get it then. Don't remember. Alright, I'm gonna fly back down in there and check it.
Tell you, had another good example of in this game doing a pickup group. Very positive experience. People being helpful. I was on my hunter, and unknowingly I picked up quests that starts. It's like the prerequisites to do the Ogrela. It's like the ogre faction.
Mm-hmm.
You have to kill like full group mobs, like several of them, and it starts off with like my hunter's 70, so it starts off with like a level 68 elite quest you can do with like just a duo, where you have to kill like a bunch of like, I don't know, warriors and some raptors and stuff. It's up in Blade's Edge. So it was just me and his paladin. He was level 70, little kind of geared. And then we got to the point where it was like, oh shit, and now we have to fight these those big Gron Cyclops looking things. So we ended up getting 3 more people, and I didn't have a flying mount. They all did, so they had to wait for me to get around the zone. And then the one you have to kill is just north of Shatterath. It's in the Barrier Hills. You can only get there with a flying mount. One of the pickup group people logged their warlock in to summon me up there, get the kill, and then continue on.
But that never
It's like
happens. Community doesn't
nobody
exist.
complained about it. Yeah.
Community doesn't exist in this game.
How are you? Have a good one.
I think it just always comes back to,
It's confirmation bias.
Yeah.
It's exactly what it is. They have a bad story. Somebody else has a similar story. But again, it happens in all games, not just this one, you know? But then it's like, oh, it happens all the time. There's no community here. The community's toxic. And, well,
Can I help you?
every
think-
game has toxic people.
I think the most toxic community I have ever come across was actually Lord of the Rings Online. No joke. Back in the day, on the same server we're on the Laurelland server, back when it used to be a European-only server, the roleplay, some of the roleplay community were so hardcore about their roleplay that they would start forum threads. By the way, this one did lead to the named. They would start forum threads to, you do have this quest, by the way, right, Joey? Looking for the leadership. Joey.
Yeah, I have it.
Alright,
Sorry,
cool.
I was muted. I didn't know
figured.
that.
That's good. So there was a group of people, like 30, 40 people, that were going around like petitioning people's names if they weren't elvish enough or dwarvish enough. And then they would come on the forums and make these big threads about, and they would like literally try to blacklist people whose names didn't conform to the true spirit of Tolkien. And it was like, what? Oh, I'm Maduros isn't close. I should probably avoid killing that. No, don't. No! Run away from the fireballs! Oh my god, that is so cool! It's gonna shoot me down out of the sky. That was one of the first times I ever got banned off of a forums. Because I told them they had a roleplay jihad out, and they were a bunch of roleplay terrorists, and the moderators banned me from the forums.
Jeez.
It was like the worst toxicity I've seen was in, of all games, Lord of the Rings Online. All because of, and then they would do it in game too. Like people would, if you weren't using, I don't know if you've ever played on roleplay servers, either one of you, like if you didn't say it like this, like let me put this in group chat, like. You had to put things in brackets to dictate that it was an out-of-character statement, like you were talking in real life, you know. And if you didn't put it in brackets, there were people who would freak the fuck out because you were ruining their roleplay. And I found that to be some of the most toxic stuff I've ever seen on a roleplay server in Lord of the Rings Online. It's the worst I've ever experienced. Nothing beats people getting busted for cybering back in the day. Doing a mistel in group. Just be like, Joey probably has no idea what that means.
Nope.
Okay, so sextels, like
Oh.
sexting,
That's
but
awesome.
it used to be called cybering because you were cyber sexing with someone, and people would mistell in the middle of a group, and you would get this really graphic group chat, and it's like, oops.
That's funny.
Man, I don't really like any of
You said you
these.
guys did do the mines
Yeah,
already?
yeah, we can go do the mines real quick. And we did the other one from the from the mines, which is the husk ravagers or whatever, crust husks, crusty. All right, I'm gonna get my second
Oh, the
cup.
crust bursters.
Ah, that's what they're called. All right, I'll be back. More coffee. Rebecca says the RP servers for live World of Warcraft can be a little bit like that too from time to time. Yeah, that's the other problem I saw on the old Lotro servers too, Rebecca, was if you didn't know the lore backwards and forwards, they would like ostracize you because you weren't actually a Tolkien fan. That's exactly what's happening right now with Rings of Power, by the way. For 50 videos, I had 98% plus reviews on all my videos because I was ranting, having discussion points. And the moment that I gave a better than 1-star review to the Rings of Power, I am now a traitor, apparently. And people are just... Everybody has their own version of Tolkien, and it's like... It's fair, but if you're not the person shelling out $250 million to make the adaptation, you kind of lose the right to complain about what's being put into the adaptation. You can criticize for sure, but... Hashtag not my Tolkien. Matthew says, I don't think I've ever passed level 16 in Lotro. Oh, dude. Dude, you have... Ugh, everything in Lotro is awesome.
Except for the toxic community.
Except for the toxic community back in the day.
Yeah, Lotro's awesome.
Yeah.
Just the places you can go explore.
That's why I'm having a lot of fun doing that Lotro tourism series, because when Maduros and I first started talking about it, I was like, oh, I'll do these 5 or 6 things. And now that I actually sat down and looked at it, I was like, I could literally follow the entirety of the Fellowship's journey. And just that alone is going to be, 25, 30 episodes. Just going, and today we're going from Buckland to the Old Forest and making our way past Old Man Willow and to Tom Bombadil. And then, so like next episode is going to be, oh, we're leaving the Prancing Pony and we're going through the Lone Lands. We're going to go to Weathertop. And that's going to be it. The episode will end when we get to Weathertop, and then Weathertop's going to be going through the Trollshaws to Rivendell, and then there's going to be a whole episode just at Rivendell, and then we go to the Misty Mountains, and it's like, and the Trollshaws will have its own episodes anyway because they went through the Trollshaws and the Hobbit, so it's like we're going to see the Bert, Tom, and Bill. I forget the third troll's name.
His name's William. So Bill.
It's like all that kind of stuff. It's like, and Lotro has been retweeting every single one of my episodes, which is awesome.
That is cool.
I wish EverQuests and EverQuest 2, like they finally have a social media manager within the last 2 months who actually goes out and likes all your posts on Twitter and Facebook, but they don't share shit. Whereas Lotro shares your stuff, they retweet it, share it on Twitter, they put you in the newsletter. Like, they actually care about sharing their community's stuff out. Whereas Daybreak's like, give me your money and fuck off! Well, I will be doing another Pantheon video this week, so we'll see. I'm gonna do the death mechanic video. Ooh yeah! Bren hates EverQuest. I do hate parts of EverQuest, honestly, after all these years, but it's kind of like you can nitpick your spouse after many, many years. I can nitpick EverQuest. Crust bursters.
Sure. Yep.
I think after crust bursters, you're pretty much caught up, other than the dive bomb quests.
Did you guys go do all the ones past that?
Yeah, yeah.
Killing the demons?
Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Yeah, this quest is somewhat annoying. I agree, Bowless.
Depends on how many other people are on it at the same time.
And I will say that flying mounts have made it infinitely easier. Like, oh, there's one right here. Yeah, I would imagine playing solo. It's a little easier in a group because you can, you know, 3 people, 2 people, whatever. You can spread out and get lots of credit. Point in case. Fell Reaver. Oh, he changed course. I think we all do that. I know in Star Wars: The Old Republic, I flat out, oh, run away, run away, run away. In Star Wars: The Old Republic, I just don't do world quests anymore. There's no reason to. Bye-bye, Ghost. It was nice knowing you. Oh, fuck off. Okay, whew, my feign death worked. Ghost was a casualty to a Fell Reaver.
Aren't you the one that pointed out the Fell Reaver?
Well, my pet, I ran from the mob that I was killing, and the pet was, he stayed behind. Took one for the team. Especially now in Star Wars: The Old Republic, they've increased the leveling speed so much that you can only do you can focus on the main quests, just your storyline missions for your class, and you'll get all the way to 50 through the base game, which is awesome because you can literally just do that and it all scales and everything else. So it's really easy to just do your class quest, get about 25 hours of gameplay out of it, and then boom, turn around and do the next class quest, and you get like, 8 different games out of it. Because next time I go through, I got to do the Trooper, because I've never done the Trooper before.
Ooh, it's good.
Trooper and the Inquisitor, I think, are the only 2 I've never done over the years.
I've never finished Inquisitor, but the parts of it that I've done are good too.
I have finished Bounty Hunter twice. and the Jedi
Yeah.
Jedi Guardian twice.
The smuggler one is.
I would do this. I would do the smuggler one again. The smuggler was pretty awesome.
And I've been having a blast with the bounty hunter so far. To go back and finish that up for too long. I don't remember what level we got to.
We were way above because everything scales.
Yeah.
I don't know what turn-ins Maduros has now. We've cleared everything here. Next quests that I see are gonna be down with that the Ravager egg roundup and all that stuff down there.
Oh, did you guys go over to Temple?
No, we have not.
This is something that you have to think about that I'd never thought about with flying. Like, I bet you they really had to pay better attention to their colliders. Cause like, I just landed on this roof, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
Just looking at the journal here. Are you doing the bomber runs, Maduros?
Yeah, I'm gonna fly over there.
Alright. We can meet you north because you'll have those kill quests. Matter of fact, Joy, let's go up here. We can grab this quest while we're heading that way. Well, the Jedi storylines are... I think the Consular one was a little more interesting than the Guardian one, because the Guardian one was very straightforward. Kill the Emperor! You know, it was kind of generic, but the Consular one, I remember correctly, it was like you were chasing down a corrupted... Fuck, I don't remember now. Yeah, I thought it was like a corrupted ex-Jedi. You had to... Or you were trying to find a cure for your master. I really don't remember now.
Hey, how you doing? Have a good one.
Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go let the two cats out. All right, I got sidetracked with kitties bringing cat poop into the room. Selma does know how to clean their paws. All right, see ya, Valis. See ya, Rebecca. What's up, Trips? We have been playing most recently, Trips. Last winter, was it this past winter, Joey?
Oh, where's?
Yeah, I played an Imperial
Yeah.
Agent, and Joey played a Bounty Hunter. And yeah, the
Yep.
Imperial Agent has been fun. I don't think we actually finished the class quests though because we got
No,
sidetracked.
I don't think so.
So something. I forget what we got sidetracked with.
Well, we were doing flashpoints
EverQuest 2.
with Tristan and Ian.
Oh, that's
on most of
right.
our PlayStations.
Yeah. Because you and I started doing all the quests, and then we graduated to doing the flashpoints, and then it was just flashpoints every Wednesday night for like 2 months, and then I think we got busy with EverQuest 2.
Yeah. Because the Bounty Hunter's the Great Hunt. That was his quest. Maybe we did finish chapter 1. I can't.
I think we did finish chapter 1 because I vaguely remember. I vaguely remember finishing the agent storyline. I could be wrong. Or it looks like he's finishing up his bombing
I just
run.
remember. I just remember rummaging through my locker and finding a whole bunch of stuff that used to not be valuable that I sold for billions of credits.
Yeah. Oh, we do have a ship though now, which one of
Yeah,
these days, I really do next year, I would love to have, you know, our gaming community go to Star Wars: Old Republic for like 3 months and just see what that's like because
that would be sweet.
the only downside is that you just can't do like this game. Like there's not a lot of questing you can do as a group other than just the world quests because all of your class quests are mostly done solo, and you can do them with other people, but people rarely do. So really, the only thing to do is flashpoints, and
All the guild stuff. Yeah,
right, I've never done any of the guild stuff. I've never done
yeah, me neither.
operations ever. And there's a part of me that's like, dude, it'd be really cool to do operations. And we have a massive guild ship. Like we literally have this huge. I don't remember how many hundreds of millions of credits we spent on this
I think
guild ship.
I thought it was. I can't remember. It was a lot.
I think it was like 8 million, something like that. It wasn't hundreds of million, but don't ruin my story.
Yeah,
It was hundreds of
billions
millions.
dollars.
It was billions of credits.
My brother and I also played Old Republic. I played the Imperial Agent. He played Bounty Hunter.
That's what we did, yeah, this last
It's a
time.
good combo.
Yeah, the one thing I will say is
Don't criticize it. I'll take it personally. Go ahead.
is that those two storylines were very similar.
Yes, they were.
Because they pretty much had us doing killing the same exact people and stuff like that. But it worked out. We kind of petered out. I think it was around level 50. You stop getting. After level 50, you stop getting. I think it's 50. You stop getting. You can do the elite quests, and they give you really nice upgrades. But then after level 50, you just don't get the items. You get boxes that you have to take somewhere to unlock or whatever.
That's definitely changed, but they still do the boxes, but you can open them on your own now. And then what it is once you hit 50, that's the end of that tier, and then the next progression is Ilium, I think is the name of the planet.
Yeah.
And so there's upgrades you can get on Ilium for the next
Yeah.
stage.
See, I know we finished the first round
Yeah,
because
because we
we
got to
ended up on
Ilium.
Ilium.
Yeah, we got to Ilium.
Yeah.
And that's when we started doing flashpoints because Ian and Tristan wanted
Yep.
to start playing, and that's when I switched my spec because I was a DPS agent. and I had to switch to the healer spec because we were dying in the flashpoints so much.
Oh gosh, we were getting.
Those flashpoints are no joke. Like, I was
If you don't have
surprised.
the robot, yeah.
Yeah, if you're doing it like on heroic mode or whatever it is, because there's story mode, which is with the robot, and then there's heroic mode, and then there's another level beyond the heroic that's like the
Veteran.
master or veteran or something, and that is like legit difficult.
Mounts and the cosmetics in that game are just amazing. Telling you.
Yeah, they definitely tickle the Star Wars geek in you.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have the kill quest now. Servants
Alright.
and
I died doing this quest yesterday.
It was amusing. Ooh, yeah! Ghost is gonna die! Or Ghost may have died already. No, he didn't. He almost did.
did you guys ever do take the bounties when they're doing the
No.
hut event?
No, I've never done those.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
I don't remember.
Because you get like different options. Like if if you go all Sith when it comes to interrogating people, you pretty much have a choice to like either just question them or torture them or threaten their family. But I liked how they, even though it was like an event, it kind of they worked it into the story a bit. I thought was really good. Because at the time, what's that big imperial city?
Droman
has-
Koss?
I think that's the one. Yeah. Is that the one where, like, at the north of the zone, there's like 3 flight paths. One's like the Imperial agent
Yeah,
area,
that's Droman Koss. That's the
Central Intelligence or something. Then the other one's for like the Bounty Hunter Guild or whatever.
Mhm.
And you gotta take the taxis to get everywhere.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So the very first mission or bounty I took actually was on Droman Koss. And I think that's also the zone that has that one Imperial scientist that's like I'm trying to remember everything. It's been a while, but he was doing some kind of like experiments on people. You have to go to this one. Yeah, and
Do you not remember that, Tim? I remember that being part of your quest line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also
Yeah,
got
and
I got
Sorry.
2 more servants.
Yep.
There's one right here. I was so disrespectful to any Sith I came across with my Imperial agent that I got like force shocked multiple times to death. And then they like stick me in a back to tank and bring me back. But I was like, fuck you, Sith. It just kept getting shocked to death.
Oh yeah, like that. That girl that takes over for her father.
Yep. She shocked me, I think, once or twice. I was not a complacent agent.
Yeah, I thought it was funny. Like I was pretty snarky with her too, and she did something similar, and then it was like the council was disavowing her. Like they started treating her poorly, and I was just like, ha ha ha.
Justified.
Okay, I need 3 cannons.
Okay. Excuse me. Alright, next step is the name, I think. Go close the portal. Man, I really don't get the rage some people are having against Rings of Power. I've got one of my, it's an Adventurers Guild member actually, who is having a meltdown right now. On my Rings of Power videos.
You know, my wife has never read the books, and
Neither is Chris, yeah.
I figured, I told her she'll probably like the show then. However, she's not liking the show.
See, Chris is.
Yeah. Well, but part of that is just her preference in movies. Like, she's not really big into fantasy.
Ah, gotcha.
She's more sci-fi. So, I mean, there's that, really.
There's definitely that's going on. Well, I mean, even if you strip the Tolkien part out of it, it's a generic fantasy show with some flaws, especially with the writing and some of the acting. But
yeah, her biggest problem is like the dialogue, which
it's
I guess
bad.
would be the writing.
It's bad.
Yeah.
It's the one thing I've complained about in all the episodes so far is that the dialogue is just really cheesy. But one person right now is ranting on my videos. I literally told someone, I was just like, hey, it is just a show at the end of the day. Maybe if we all just relaxed a little bit, because we have these people who are up in arms about it, like Amazon needs to burn, and I was like, Amazon does a lot of good shit. Like I like a lot of their shows, like The Boys, Jack Reacher, Jack Ryan. And I would literally, one of my comments was, if everyone treated it like a show, it'd be fine. And he's like, that's easy for you to say. What? It's just a show. Like, it's entertainment. if it's causing you strife and stress, it's not like this is a civil rights movement or the Ukraine war, you know? It's a show. This, but
Did you guys do this shredder parts and stuff?
no, we picked it up, but we haven't done it yet.
Okay.
We can go grab those real quick. I guess it goes back. It's the same thing with the MMORPG fans. It's the enfranchised fans who feel like any critique is a personal attack. Not my token. It's alright. I knew I was gonna lose some people because I made a positive. It's not, my reviews aren't even that positive. They're like somewhat positive.
I mean, I guess that could be considered fairly similar to when Force Awakens came out, because like, I know, like me and my buddies were in great anticipation for the movie, and then that new trilogy came out, and we felt like it crapped all over.
Yeah, it
know,
wasn't. They weren't that great, you know.
Oh, I remember watching Force Awakens and being utterly pissed because we went to the midnight premiere in Fort Collins, and me, Tristan, and Ian left, and like everybody was cheering and clapping, and we were just pissed. I remember it was like the worst movie we'd ever seen. I remember us looking at everybody in their Star Wars costumes who were like, "Oh my gosh, it was amazing," and just being like, "You people are idiots."
And then over time, it's like Force Awakens not that bad. It's not the
It's
best.
not.
It's not the best.
It's
It's
not.
not the worst.
Oh, but yeah, but in the moment, oh god, like I wanted my money back. I didn't want to ever see it again.
I did not like Jar Jar Binks when those prequel films came out. And over time, I came to appreciate him for what he is, which is comedic relief like C-3PO. He was written in for the kids, and if you can treat it like that, it's fine. It's totally fine. Which is why, for example, the Harfoots in Rings of Power, I'm looking at them as comedic relief. I'm like, that's there for the kids. Like, the dialogue is bad. And someone came back and said earlier, they were like, well, it's, the dialogue from Merry and Pippin was pretty bad in Peter Jackson's films. I was like, that's fair. The dialogue for those characters was a little cheesy, and if you can look at it like that, then that's a fair assessment. Trip says it's not the best, it's not the worst. I don't get the uproar from Tolkien superfans. You and I are in the same boat, sir. I do not get the uproar from superfans. Some people are way too invested in things. It's just a TV show. Relax. Alaric says Marvel, Star Wars, Star Trek, all ruined in modern times. I do not agree with that, though. Like, I don't necessarily like all of the new Star Wars stuff. The films were not my favorite, but the Disney Plus shows are fucking awesome. Star Trek, it's hit and miss. Like, I love Picard. Discovery is okay. I've heard great things about Strange New Worlds, but I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. Yeah, Jar Jar is pretty bad.
You should just need the Disa.
Once you have a Sadisa, you never go back, sir. Alright, I'm getting my boxes now.
One of the funniest memes I've ever seen is when Qui-Gon Jinn tackles Jar Jar, and Nima says, "When he said give you the Disa." I remember seeing that on Facebook years ago, and being like, "Oh my god!"
I see, like, the new Star Wars films, like, I did not like any of them.
No.
But I don't think that they ruined the franchise. I just don't think that they're that great. It's like, it
I
did.
think if that would have been the last Star Wars thing we saw, we would still hate
Yes.
them. But see, that's the thing. They kind of came back with Mando and kind of redeemed
Book of
themselves.
Boba Fett, and Obi-Wan Kenobi, and all these amazing Star Wars Plus shows, like Disney Plus shows. It's like, well, yeah, I'm not a fan of
Because Luke Skywalker in the new trilogy is not. Mm, it's not.
Oh, even Mark
Not.
Hamill, criticized what they did to his character. He's like, I wouldn't
Yep.
have done it that way. He's like, George had this planned out, and they took George's ideas and threw them out the window. And he's like, but I will say Mark Hamill is a great actor who knows his place in the
Yep.
scope of things and has said, I'm just there to play the role. And George doesn't own it anymore, so George doesn't have a say in it. And even though I might not agree with where they're taking the character, it's not my character. I'm just there to portray the character. And it's like, I'm glad that he has that ability to say, I need a paycheck. Yes, sir. No, sir.
What did you just get to turn in? What the hell?
Did you not get the boxes?
Oh, you just finished that?
Yeah.
I thought you did the follow up already, and I was like, wait a second.
No. You guys got the boxes. I had to wait because they were respawning.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, Mark did talk about that. Um, but it also brought Luke Skywalker's character back into relevance, you know. So gave him an opportunity to.
See, I'm never gonna understand, and I've heard all sorts of arguments, but Joey and I loved Obi-Wan Kenobi so much, and I have a hard time. My pet died. I've heard statements that it's not my Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan this, Obi-Wan that. Obi-Wan he never would have done this. There's no way a woman would have been able to overpower Obi-Wan Kenobi. There's no way he would have let the Sith be able to beat him. I've heard a lot of comments from people who make all these statements about Obi-Wan, and I have to genuinely shake my head because from Joey and I's perspective, the storytelling in Obi-Wan Kenobi was some of the best we've ever seen in a Star Wars show before. Like, oh my God, is that Fel Reaver gonna follow me around in the sky? No.
Yeah, no, you just had to think about it a little bit, because like he cut himself off from the Force for what, 10 years, 12 years, however long it was.
Yeah, look at Yoda in the forest. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. He had to resort to smacking seagulls, you know?
my stick is better than bacon. Because I've yet to hear any legitimate complaints about Obi-Wan Kenobi. I think the most common complaint that I've heard about Obi-Wan Kenobi is there's no way he would have been so weak. He would have been able to take out those stormtroopers with the flick of his finger. You know, I don't understand why he couldn't lift her with the Force when she was falling. Why is he having such a hard time with the Force? It's bullshit. They made Obi-Wan Kenobi a weak little bitch. It's like, that's the point. He has to have a redemption arc.
And then Qui-Gon shows up at the very end. Oh, so satisfying.
Yeah, that was a very satisfying ending. What took you so long?
I was always here, Obi-Wan. I was like, ah!
It's been chilling in the desert. And yes, the Timothy Zahn books are amazing. I just reread The Heir to the Empire, Dark. Fuck now, forget the name of the second book. Last Command, Dark Force Rising. So I'm gonna respond to Vowlis's comment. So Vowlis says, "How is it possible that he met Princess Leia in Episode 4 when she doesn't know who he is?" That's easy. That's an easy story retcon, and that's just he's pretending. You know, It's you know, and he could have forgotten. You never know. Maybe his mind's going senile. You never know. There's lots of ways that that can be retconned. But that's I don't choose to dissect the stories to that level. It's
Oh,
entertainment for me.
he's saying like when he's old he
Yes,
doesn't recognize
yes,
her.
yes, yeah.
Well, I mean, I bet you he does. He's just playing it off as from a certain point of view.
You never
He
know.
doesn't know who it is.
Shredder keys. Oh, that's right. We need the. Gotta go get the poop. Oh, he said, how does she not know who he is? She could not remember, you know? I don't remember half the shit that happened to me when I was a 5-year-old kid. Like, there's all sorts of storyline reasons. If you're a senator, you know, maybe that's a traumatic experience as a kid. She should have remembered him. You never know. She was also tortured. Could have done something to her mind. Like I said, if you break it down, there's 100 storyline reasons that could be given for reasons. I just choose not to analyze it because if I start to analyze it, that's when you can start going. But what about this, and there's 50 other things, and then this. I'll say this: even my own publications, if I went back and retconned and criticized every thing I wrote 20 years ago and tried to, you know, make it work with the stuff I'm writing now, it's an impossible task of futility. Like the things I wrote 20 years ago, even if they're in the same universe, don't always make sense with the things that I'm writing today in the same universe because I don't remember those things, or things have changed, or I retconned things, and maybe I changed the way the character thinks over 20 years because I'm an older, wiser person. Like, there's a million things that could have changed. Yes, Trips, that's the thing. Written 40 years before. George himself was continually tweaking. I mean, look at what he did with the THX editions and special editions, and what wasn't it used, Joey? You said something about the Jabba the Hutt the other day, because
I didn't know he was human originally
right,
until
Joey had no idea that that Jabba the Hutt was supposed to be a human, you know, or that he was a human, and until the special effects got big enough, and then George was like, actually, I want this guy to be this. And how about the uproar from the fans when George made Han shoot first, right? Like, we all feel that of, no, my version of Han Solo shot first, but in George Lucas's mind, that's not what he eventually wanted Han Solo to be like. And so he changed who Han Solo was and what Han Solo did. And you have fans to this day who are like, fuck you, George. You fucking ruined Han Solo. Well, it's George's character to do so. George can do what he wants with that character. You don't own that character. And I think that's the fan disconnect sometimes, is that we all get emotionally invested in things that aren't ours to own. Hang on. I would disagree with that. He said, I'm allowing myself to accept bad filmmaking. I'm going to agree to disagree with that. I'm accepting that an author has the right to change their works over time when they are the creator of it. That has nothing to do with bad filmmaking. That has to do with George Lucas changing his mind over a 40-year period of time. Stephen King has done the exact same thing with the Dark Tower trilogy. Like, if you go back and read the original Dark Tower book, The Gunslinger, from like the 70s, and compare it to what he wrote in the 2000s, that character evolved over 40 years, and he went back and edited those books to update the old books to his current vision for the character. And he can keep doing that until he's dead. Like, it's his, you know? Did you not get your key yet?
I don't have a key, no.
No. You keep searching the poop.
He also doesn't have a fell hunter.
Oh.
Pull it out. There's a whistle in your inventory.
You have to do it over here though, to get him to spawn.
I wondered why you guys had all that. I did not read that quest. We were talking about Star Wars. Wasn't paying attention. What a noob.
There he is.
Oh, apparently I lost mine because of flight form. Gosh darn it, and I have to be within the vicinity of the dude to be able to pull him out. Ugh. Well, there's 2 corpses here you might be able to do something with. I don't know if it'll count since you weren't there for the kill. I didn't realize that jumping into flight form was going to ruin it. It drops the... Okay. Oh, I bet you have to be there for the kill, because this one didn't do anything for me. Yeah, Trips, I'm in the same boat. I recognize the inconsistencies, but I don't let it ruin my enjoyment of the media. Exactly that. It's entertainment to me, so I want to be entertained.
Are you not entertained?
Mm-hmm. That would be like me watching, and there are people who'd made this complaint. So Chris just watched Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves the other day.
Ooh,
The Kevin
great movie.
Costner movie. It's a great movie. But there are people who to this day make these horrible they rave about they rant about the film because he used a telescope in the film. Morgan Freeman's character had a telescope, you know, or that he gave him, and he used it to like and it's anachronistic. Those didn't exist during that time period. And so there are legitimate people who hate that film because it has a telescope in it. And that ruins it for them because it's like, no, telescopes didn't exist during that time period. There's no way he would have been able to do that. And they let it ruin their enjoyment of what is otherwise a fun popcorn movie. You know? I do accept bad films, absolutely, Valis, because it's someone's version of it. I may not agree with their version, but I'm not the person who backed the film, directed the film, wrote the film. I'm just a viewer. I can critique. I can absolutely critique. But I don't feel that I have the right to make unilateral statements about how this film should be boycotted because it's the worst film ever. No, I just didn't like it. Hellraiser films are a good example of that. I don't like the Hellraiser films. I also don't like the Marvel films that much. And yet, if you go by box office receipts, you know.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this quest is getting a little ridiculous with the And also, and here's another good example. When Battlestar Galactica, the reimagined Battlestar Galactica came out, that is to this day my favorite all-time science fiction show that I've ever seen on television, was the reimagined Battlestar Galactica. And yet, you had a huge uproar because they changed Starbuck to a woman for the reimagined version. And in the original version, it was a man. And there was a whole bunch of people who, if that was released in today's market, they would be accused of being woke, right? Like putting forced diversity and putting a forced woke version of Battlestar Galactica onto the market. And yet, that show is one of the best pieces of scripted television that's ever been created. It won tons of awards. It sparked an entire generation of amazing science fiction films. But it retconned a character and it turned it from a woman or a man into a woman. And for a lot of people, that was an unacceptable change, which I think is just proof that not every single retcon is a bad thing. Because I could totally apply that to the Galadriel retcon. I'm not choosing to apply it to the Galadriel retcon, but I'm saying it could apply. See, when you and I did this the other day, Maduros, we got our keys really quick.
Just keep getting bones and acidic slime.
Mm-hmm.
This is not fun. It's bullcrap. It's total bullcrap.
Here's the thing, though, Vowelist. I guarantee you, if that were done in today's market, it wouldn't be viewed as a natural change. It would be viewed as that's a woke change. They're putting a woman into the role just because they have to hit their diversity quota, because that's the conversations that are happening right now on a social level. People would not accept that as just a change. It would be like, no, they can't have Starbucks. They're only making Starbucks a woman because it's forced diversity. Fucking Amazon's a woke company. Rah! Disney Plus is a woke, and they're a fucking woke agenda. Ah! Forcing my kids to become transsexual. Just what? I still always go back to that photo I sent you last couple years ago, Joey, of the transmission using the urinal. Like they leaned a transmission up against the urinal, and it was the joke was like, "Look, Mom, a tranny's using the restroom." I just was like, "Oh my god."
Yeah.
That's the level of ridiculousness about some types of things. Life is short. Enjoy it, folks.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm about to abandon this quest.
Is there a follow-up to this? I don't remember.
Yeah, it has you go inside the cave.
Yeah, it is kind of worth doing. I've never seen the drop rate be this bad, though.
Maybe since you lost the key, it like screwed it up.
I didn't lose a key.
Thought
Oh,
you said you did.
fuck! But I did just jump on my goddamn mounted pet again. No, I lost my pet. The Hellboy. If you jump on your flying mount, it despawns your And I just did it again, like a noob.
What a noob.
Ugh.
There's a Bora this way.
Woo!
Ah, I stole it from you.
It's fine. I don't really care as long as somebody gets it.
I'm gonna go turn that in so I don't. Or wait, no, I'll just wait. I guess I don't have to keep this guy, or do I have to keep him?
No, you'll be fine in a minute. Eat the poop, little guy. Eat the poop. Once upon a time, there was a quest that sucked.
Boards are starting to respawn over here.
Cool. Turn around and come back in a minute. What is my... I don't have any frame of reference, Matthew, because I've never really played retail. I've dabbled in retail. So maybe the easiest answer I can give to that is in retail, I feel like it's super fast. Like I tried it with Chris and it's like really fast. It's a lot like Star Wars: Old Republic, which is nothing wrong with that. But because I'm playing this with a community and a group of, guild mates and everything else, I appreciate the slower pacing. Oops, I need to loot the poop. I appreciate the slower pacing of no, do not. Oh, I almost did the fucking flight thing again. I lost my poop thingy. I do like the slower pacing of Classic. I mean, you're not wrong, Valis, about about many places putting agendas into the things, but I also sometimes feel like sometimes people see issues where there aren't issues, if that makes sense. Because I've heard some ridiculous arguments made from people about how they think that every single thing that Disney puts out is a woke agenda that's trying to turn their kids into transgenders, and people make claims that Amazon is like this horrible corporation that that's not wrong, but that they're ruining television because of what they did to Wheel of Time or Rings of Power. And I'm like, have you not watched Man in the High Castle, The Boys? Have you not watched Reacher or Jack Ryan or any of these amazing shows, The Expanse? Like, Amazon has produced some amazing television, but in the process of making lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of shows, you're going to have some that aren't that great. It is what it is, It's no different than what we were talking about earlier about community and toxicity. When you have a game that's as big as World of Warcraft, you're going to have some bad apples, but you can't let those bad apples define your existence. Like, if you focus only on that and the confirmation bias kicks in, that's when things get a little tricky. Where is the poop? Did I already loot the poop? I think I already looted the poop. Yeah, I've done this quest. This is the third time I've done this quest, and we did not have these issues the first two times.
Huh? Big guy.
Boom! See ya. Yeeted and deleted.
Oh my gosh, for real. I saw him coming too. I was like, run!
Oh, he's totally coming towards me now. Man, don't swing this way. Don't swing this way. Just keep walking. finally.
Nice.
That's interesting. You got it. Joey and I just turned that quest in, and then you got it right after.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Wonder if that plays into the algorithm. The RNG factor.
It could if there's fewer people that need it. Might have a better chance for the person who does.
Have a good one.
All right, now we're going in, right? Yeah. Well, that's the Martin Scorsese argument that Marvel movies are shit, and they're ruining film. I mean, that's definitely Martin Scorsese's argument. Now, not everyone agrees with him, but that's his opinion. Somebody ran down there and either died or feigned death. Yep, that's Human Warrior. They may have just trained down. They probably just got the credit. Oh, yeah, those original X-Men films were great, Matthew. I like them. I even like the new ones they did with the younger characters where we had the new actors coming in and taking over roles. I like all the X-Men movies. Except the exception being like the most recent one they did, the Phoenix one with the girl from Game of Thrones. That one I felt was like the weakest in all of them. It was still a fun movie. Did you guys all get credit for that?
For what?
I did.
Joey doesn't have Questy. Fuck, what is that quest called?
Beneath Thrallmar.
Yeah, Beneath Thrallmar.
Oh, it says that I got credit for it.
All right,
Huh.
you're done.
Cool.
Yeah, it was definitely weak. I wouldn't call it a bad film. It was just meh. Kind of like I wouldn't call. I can't even tell you the name of the most recent Star Wars movie they did. The last one in the Rey trilogy. The last Revenge of the Sith. No.
Be good.
Rise of Skywalker.
Rise of Skywalker. Like that one was like the weakest of the trilogy. Not my favorite film, but just it is what it is. Like, where are you heading to, Maduros? You were flying in.
I have a quest to turn in that you guys already turned in.
Okay. Joey, how are you doing on time?
I'm gonna port back to the inn and camp.
All right, which means it's time for me to switch over to the DK. I will. Yeah, I'll fly back first. So yeah, I mean, looking at like the new new Star Wars films, like I definitely feel like the new trilogy is the weakest trilogy out of all of. There's a good quote out there that I think Joey and I both shared it on Facebook one day, which is I like all of the Star Wars films. No, that's not what it. How does it go? It's like all Star Wars films are good films. It's just that some Star Wars films are irrevocably better than other Star Wars films. And I was like, that's a very
True.
great way of looking at it. Like, I love all Star Wars. I just love some Star Wars more than other Star Wars. And I love all Star Trek. I just love some Star Trek more than other Star Trek. And I was like, that's how I choose to have my worldview. I like all people. I just like some people more than other people.
All right, dudes. I'll catch you guys in the morning.
All
Yep,
right, man.
see you
Have a
tomorrow
good day.
morning.
Have a great day.
So this is where I lose. I can't argue with some people. Somebody's on my YouTube saying dramatic, because I said, what did I say here? I said there's no doubt that that the showrunners made dramatic changes to their adaptation, but at least they're finally saying that it's based on the works of Tolkien rather than claiming it's an adaptation. And the comment I got back was Amazon and the showrunners lied throughout and will continue to do so in the future. It's fraud, and they should be in trouble for fraud. I just. I don't really see where they lied. All they ever said was, we're doing a second age show. Like, I have been following their Facebook page for 2 years. They said, we're doing a second age show, and they showed a map of the second age in Numenor. That's the only thing they ever said, was that they were doing the second age. They never made any claims about doing the Silmarillion. They just said they were doing the second age, and everyone assumed that they were doing a show based on the Silmarillion. And then when they released the trailer and the Vanity Fair article came out, we found out they didn't have the rights to the Silmarillion. And then we found out that they were making up characters and inventing storylines to fit within the framework of this time period. What's up, Mary? Oh my god, you're like hyper. What's up, sweetie? But at no point in time, I've been following the Rings of Power for 2 years, and at no point in time did they ever make statements about what they were doing. They never said they were doing the Silmarillion. They just said we're doing a second age show, and people made a lot of assumptions about that, which is why I can't get behind statements like they lied to us. It's fraud. And the other thing I keep coming back to is, like it or not, they have the blessing of the Tolkien estate. And who knows better than Tolkien's own family? You know, we might not agree with the way they're choosing to do things, but games, movies, TV shows, even people, 1% are truly great, 1% are truly terrible, 98% are in that gray area. I agree. Since when did my morning streams become fucking political? God damn it. Alright. I probably need to take a few minute AFK here, Maduros, and go do some chores.
Yeah, I will too.
Yeah, I need to go clean the litter box before Chris takes it upon herself. And we have lumber getting delivered today. That was fun yesterday, man. We go to lumber yard, and I had to. It was there's. I'm gonna do a documentary video as we continue to document the process. But man, everything was like, when I got to the 1x6 material that I needed, it's probably been sitting there for 2 years. we're out in the middle of nowhere, right? So it's not like there's huge demand to buy all this material. So that wood's been sitting there for a long time in the humid, and I'd say 75% of the stack was full of termites and just rotted out. And I had to sort lumber for like 2 hours just to find the 24 boards that I needed. And I was a sweaty mess when I was like, I went there thinking
Oh
it's gonna
man.
be. I was like, it's gonna be a 10-minute thing. I'm gonna pull the boards out. Oh no, it was everything. I don't know when it was cut or who milled it, but the boards are all like within a. There's like a half-inch variance in width in all the boards, and there's a 2 to 3 inch variance in all the length of the boards. And then it was just, thankfully the thickness was the same on all of them. But then it was just like 75% of it was all rotted and termites. So Chris is like, as it's getting delivered today, we tried to make sure that we got all the stuff that didn't have termites, but we probably missed some of it, you know. And our house doesn't have any wood in it, but we have a wood door in the office. And so Chris is like gonna be on wood cleaning duty when it all gets up here today, and we got to clean all the boards and make sure that we didn't miss any termite sections and kill those suckers. Ongoing adventures of living in the boonies. What's up, Mary? Pippin, sorry. You're being awfully lovey-dovey this morning. What's up with you? Alright, man, I'm gonna go do chores. I'll be back in a little few minutes. Probably 5-10 minutes.
All right. Yep, sounds good.
What you doing? What? Oh, where you going? Where you going? We gotta go clean your litter box. You don't need to eat the microphone. Go with that. Purr, purr, purr. All right, honey, we gotta go. I'll be back in a few minutes, folks. I gotta go do cat dad stuff. All right, let's see here. I'm back. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Got my third cup of coffee.
Well, back.
Uh-huh. Just putting a YouTube short out real quick. Chris apparently shot video as I was doing my lumber selection yesterday. All right, where were we at?
Yeah, I flew over to Blade's Edge.
Okay, yeah, I'll be there in a second. I kind of forgot that's where we picked up. I'm still stuck at the inn. I was doing some social media stuff. On my way now.
Social media.
My social media.
Great to meet you. Watch your back.
I definitely I'm starting and this is something I'm happy to talk about this kind of stuff publicly because it ties into that Josh Drive Hayes video from a few weeks back. You know, one of the downsides to mmorpgs is that it's a niche market, right? So there's only so much growth you can get from streaming those games, from making content around those games, unless you hyper focus. Like I was actually yesterday, I dove back and was watching Asmongold's like videos from 9 years ago on YouTube, like when he was first getting going. They're pretty cringy, but he was also one of the only people who was like streaming World of Warcraft at that time, back when streaming was first becoming really big. And so that's part of what got him the views was him hyper focused in an area where not a lot of other people were. Um, I have great fun with all of my friends and all the things we're doing multi-streaming. So I need to preface the following statement with that. Um, but as an example, streaming P99 is something I do for my own enjoyment because there's not an audience for P99 on YouTube. And so there's only ever going to be 15, 20 people who give a shit about the P99 stuff that I do versus oh, you weren't there Sunday morning, were you? Yeah, because you haven't played EverQuest with us in a while. We were talking
No.
about this Sunday morning. I was telling the guys that I'm going to reduce my EverQuest playing down to only Saturday mornings now. So Saturday morning EverQuest and Saturday afternoon EverQuest 2, and that's just my EverQuest day. And the reason is because there's no level cap increase with Velius. So I don't need to play twice a week. I'm not raiding. I don't need to play twice a week. And the other thing is that I'm just not getting the views that I was getting 2 months ago with EverQuest content because the cyclical nature of the TLPs. People come in, they're hyped about it for 2-3 months, then they're off to do other things. And so it's just not, I can't justify doing it 2 mornings a week for all of those reasons. Plus, I'm not getting the views that I was getting anymore. Whereas World of Warcraft videos right now are getting lots of views and lots of traffic. So switching my Monday mornings over to wanting to do, maybe that's my Sunday mornings maybe that's my harvest morning where I go out and work on my herb craft and my rune scripting and inscription or whatever it's called and all those other things. But just doing things that are best for the channel, and finding more things that are good for the channel as opposed to only ever doing mmorpgs. Like on Monday nights, I try to do console stuff. So, oh, by the way, I wrapped up Sea of Thieves last night. So if you're up for Fallout 76, we'll have to figure out how to do the multiplayer stuff by Monday or on Monday if you're available this Monday.
Nice.
Try that for a few weeks. I know at some point.
I think as long as you play on PC, no matter if you're playing through Xbox Game Pass or Steam, I'm pretty sure that we can play.
All right. I'll double check that because I wonder if I can do multiplayer by streaming remotely from the Xbox to my PC, or if I have to load the PC version of Game Pass. That would be the question that I have. Do I need to install the PC version, or can I stream the Xbox version to my PC and play with you that way?
Everything I read, the platform has to be the same.
So I need to install the PC version.
PC, Xbox to Xbox, PS5 for whatever.
Okay, so that answers my question. I just need to install the PC version. So I'll work on getting that done. But starting to look at, I'm gonna follow you by the way because I'm talking and you know where to go.
Yep.
Starting to look at what do I do with my channel, because right now the Lotro tourism videos aren't getting like millions of views, but they're getting steady views, and Lotro is sharing those videos out with their social media. So it's worth it to me to do those videos because it keeps my Lord of the Rings Online content relevant, and I have fun doing it. I like Lotro, and I get decent views with Lotro. World of Warcraft stuff, I'm getting lots of good views and everything with Lotro, with World of Warcraft Classic. So definitely continue to do World of Warcraft Classic. The EverQuest thing, I'm having fun doing it, but I can't have that be a priority for the channel because there's no views left in it for the moment. In P99, there was definitely a lot of hype when we first started P99, but now that we're like 4 or 5 months into P99, there's not a lot of people watching the P99 streams anymore. It's the same 15, 20 people every week, which is fine, but I have to actually figure out how do I grow the channel, if that makes sense.
Yep.
So like as an example, last night, I forgot to download. No, I didn't. I turned it on before I went. There's an Xbox Game Pass game that came out. I forget what it's called now. It's like a Breath of the Wild clone called like Xenoblade Phoenix, Rise of the Phoenix. I don't know what it's called. It was recommended by a lot of different places. It hit Xbox Game Pass the other day. Everyone gave it has like 85 out of 100 on Metacritic. Everyone says it's a really good game, and it's basically just a Breath of the Wild clone. And I don't have a Nintendo Switch, So I was like, well, cool. If I can't play that, I can play this, and put a video up on my YouTube at some point.
I don't have a target.
I had a lot of fun with Sea of Thieves. That was just the solo storyline was a lot of fun. Ruh-roh. But doing the dungeon last night that I did with those guys, it brought back to my mind. I forgot that like when we first started doing EverQuest 2 raiding over the winter holidays, like there was a group of people who had forgotten how to raid and were immediately like, they did not give the tank time to get aggro. They just immediately went full bore DPS trying to burn down the raid mob, and it's like, I forgot there's gonna be a learning curve to getting people to remember to just wait until there's an assist call. What's up, Chris? Oh, you're just coming for your phone. It's all you care about, your phone. You don't care about me. Ooh, what is that? Binds when equipped. Oh my. Can you use that?
Yeah, I can, well, it's a 3% upgrade on this guy. However, I would definitely use it on my
Yeah, take it.
priest.
It was. It was the new pally. So JJ Dino was around last night. He wasn't the one. So he was in the group last night. I didn't. Was he a new pally to the guild? I don't know. I don't know who I was running the group with. I just know that you were the one who sent me the invite, JJ. And I was like, yeah, I'll come. But I didn't know anybody in the group, so I was just there to tank. But it was definitely interesting because there was immediate. What did you say it was called? Consecration or whatever it's called?
Yep.
Oh, apparently this guy's gonna do what he's gonna do.
Guy, he wants the kills more than we do.
Apparently. He said it was Wolfen's billionth alt. First time in a dungeon as a pally. Yeah, that's definitely something to consider. I mean, I was able to get aggro back after all of those, but that would be for future reference. Just wait a second before you slap that consecration down, please. He said he had to heal Wolf, and JJ's saying he had to heal Wolf and the Mage almost as much as he had to heal me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a problem. What is this right here? This is a quest? Oh no, I have to have feathers apparently. You discern that a large number of lash and feathers will be needed when casting spells contained within. I still need 6 more feathers.
Yeah, I'm certainly guilty of that too. Especially mainly because of the pre-patch changes to Rogue. Like, I never had a problem with aggro before because I chose to play something that was thematically pleasing for me, which was like Dagger Rogue. But up until Wrath, they really aren't that great. It's all about combat and swords. But now, yeah, now they're beefy. So I was pulling aggro from Dez, who's like a semi-geared paladin, Prot Pally. And we were in Molten Core yesterday. I was pulling aggro left and right.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that evens out. And yeah, that's as you said, JJ. Once we set up like class leads and etc., and we start getting into raiding, we'll start to iron out those kinks and. It'll all work itself out. Minus DKP! Well, my goodness, I just can't find any mobs.
Got one here.
Okay. One more feather.
Too far away.
Mine! Okay, I got all my feathers.
I need one more.
Okay. Yes, trips. That's another factor as well. Because I was only 65. I think I'm only 65. Everybody else was level 70 last night, so that was definitely another contributing factor into the aggro issues.
We have to take these guys back to town.
Copy that. Can we fly with them, or did they disappear? Nope, we're good.
Yeah, we can fly with them. They're a little slow though.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'll just ground mount it. Come on, buddy. Like Mr. Mustached Owl. Questy error. Oh my god, that's a huge error log right there. Error populating objectives for scratches.
Ah, the great outdoors.
No follow-up? Okie dokie.
Apparently mine decided to stay with me.
Huh. Yeah, for sure, Trips, because I've still got another 5 levels to go. I haven't spent all my talents. There's a long way to go, and I'm not geared. Like, but I still feel like overall, I did okay. I think, for being under-leveled, under-geared, and just, half my toolbox.
Well, there's a bunch of people killing those. Let's move on then.
That is the one benefit of having main tanked on a lot of different other types of tanks, is that it's not that much different, JJ. It's just a level and gear thing. We'll see if I can get to... I should be able to get to 67 or so by the end of the week. It'd be nice if I can be 70 by next weekend. I'll be happy. Which I think is possible. Wait, was there something we're supposed to click back there? I've got a... Renethus Mine
These crystals.
Oh. Be right back.
They,
Or do they despawn?
they disappear.
Never
They
mind.
do.
Okay.
You can grab this one.
Okay.
I'm done.
Yeah, because once we get done leveling, I can just run dungeons non-stop. Get better gear. I probably have time to get the mage leveled up too, to be honest with you. We've still got a few weeks. Because I only need 2 levels on the mage to get into 70. I did spend the last of my coin to go buy him his flying mount. I'm like broke now. I have like 50 gold.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Like I went from having like 1500 to now like, nope, you're broke. Just accept it, you're broke. But I will say this, JJ, I am happy to tank anytime you need a tank. I typically don't play on Monday nights because I'm usually doing like Xbox stuff, but I had finished up Sea of Thieves and I was literally preparing today's video, which is the 5 things I love about World of Warcraft Classic. And I was recording footage from my old YouTube videos from the streams that we've been doing, pulling snippets and clips. And then you guys were like, hey, you want to run a dungeon? And I was like, yes, I'll run a dungeon because I wanted to get some footage that didn't have my face on it. Because when I stream, I always have the camera on. So it was nice to get some footage where I didn't have my face plastered all over everything. One of the things I was marveling at last night, which I covered in today's video that's coming out, is talking about performance in this game and how good it is, was also how amazingly smooth the flight mechanics are. Like, extremely responsive. None of this gear is worth it.
Keep your feet on the ground.
Flying machine control.
Alright, let's go get some ogres drunk.
Hmm. Do you throw it on them?
No, you lay it on the ground, but I was too close. You have to do it before they aggro onto you.
Okay, so that was okay. I'm assuming we both get credit for it too.
So if you put it like right here, this guy should come drink it.
Well, he's a shaman though. Or does it matter? Oh, yep, totally. And then you can kill him afterwards, right?
Yep.
Oh, I got too close. No, I guess I got the credit. Bloodworms! Did you get credit for that one?
I did.
Oh my god, what is happening outside? Ooga shaka, ooga shaka.
Out and ready. Get closer.
Oh right. We'll wanna. There's a quest we can grab that we can do in conjunction with this one.
Okay, the 30 kills.
Yep.
Okay.
The Naru have not forgotten us. Beware.
Hmm. let me switch over to tank spec for this one.
We should be able. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! Those are all elites in the back, so we should be able to pull the front two by
Okay.
themselves. Yeah, if we pull all three of those, we might die. And what we can do here is just play one of those tankards, and I think he'll come out and drink it. Yeah, there, I pulled him.
I can't cast that yet.
What's up, Sparoh? What's up, Trips? Oh no, Trips has been here. Sorry, I'm half asleep still. Okay, got the Vindicator Blade. Coffee is good. I'm on cup 3. I'll probably the last cup for the morning. Need to ease off it the next few hours. Bum, 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 bum. You gonna do the same thing here? Pull him out with a tankard?
Yep, should be able to.
I need to get closer.
Where's that tankard at?
It's called Blood Maw Keg or something.
I think I did it too far out because he didn't come.
Oh, yep, that is too far.
Well, yeah, that's what we did on the first one, Trips, but this one's... Let me get a little closer. There we go. All right. Awesome, Matthew. Thank you for doing so. There's a link down at the bottom. If people haven't done so, they can follow along. There's a link to Nathan's channel as well as Sparoh's channel down below. So.
I need a target.
Howdy, boys. Come on around.
Donakai Christo.
My worker is not yet over. Gordim.
Remain vigilant.
Same routine.
Sounds like a plan.
I'm out of range. That spell isn't ready yet.
I keep forgetting that I have spell interrupts.
The Legion will fall.
Steal the banner.
Do not lose faith.
Okay. Champion. I guess those are specific mobs. Didn't we kill one earlier? I think that was when you told me, hey, there's another quest we should go grab over here.
Maybe, yeah. We'll see. Here we go. Here's one.
I need 2 seconds here, bear back. I'm on follow for the moment. Be right back. I mean, I'm here, but I gotta read through something here. So I've been playing Sea of Thieves. I gotta they just pinged me, so it had because it's Disney owned content, so that the theme song for Yo Ho Ho, A Pirate's Life for Me, which is it's a Disney owned theme song, and that's in the game as part of the licensed Sea of Thieves content, and YouTube just flagged it as a copyright. And it's not a copyright strike, but I don't get any ad revenue from that video. Oh, they changed the way you mute the sections of videos now. All right. All right, I'm back.
Okay, I'm just waiting for this guy to finish his event.
Okay. Thanks, Mashu. Or thanks, Kedger now. Kedger. Who's Matthew? You changed your name. Okay. It's the same icon. It's the same person. Fair enough. By the way, this is the perfect time to do my commercial for the morning, which is if you like the channel, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell icon, follow along. If you want to support the channel, you can do so with a membership. Join the Adventurers Guild. It's $2.99 a month. We do a lot of cool stuff for members, videos every weekend specifically for our members. And you can also do a super chat or a sticker, which goes towards our stream goal for the day, which is $50. You can go down there into the chat option. A lot of people don't know about it. It's sort of new on YouTube over the last few months, and you can do the pre-programmed amounts, or you can pick an amount: $2, $5, $20, whatever you want. However you can contribute. If you can contribute, we are supported by the community. Just did a big analytics video yesterday on my first 3 months as a full-time streamer, so don't forget to check that out if you haven't already. Because all of that income is thanks to folks like you tuning in and watching and joining and doing super chats and everything else, and also super thanks to all the old videos. So thank you so much for those of you who can support. Field repair bots. Is that like a one-time use recipe, or is it just burns a lot of mats? I'm reading through guild chat right now.
Yeah, you can make unlimited amount. Just I think when you use the item, it uses it up. So
Oh, so it's a one-time. But can anybody? So here's the next question: is it like the old repair NPCs in Guild in EverQuest 2, where it spawns, it's up for a limited amount of time, anyone can use it while it's there, but it despawns within like a minute?
yeah,
Okay.
pretty much so. Yeah,
So it's a
but it's like 5-10 minutes. It'll stay out.
okay. Okay, well that's cool. Well, on a side note, Umbra Wolf, Catcher, Gila sometimes takes a couple days to get back, but him or Joe, one of those guys should get back to you. I know they're playing EverQuest 2 like twice a week, sometimes 3 times a week, but their schedule just varies, so it might take him a day or two to get back to you depending on when he checks Discord, but I know they've been looking for more people. I think they've got 3 or 4 people playing on the Antonio Bale server right now, so. Also, at 4 p.m. today, I have a new trailer coming out over on the Weave of the Void YouTube channel covering yesterday's live stream. I'm back to streaming Incarnate map making sessions every Monday at 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. is the schedule. Those are the maps that we're using during our live streamed campaigns on Sunday nights over on the Weave of the Void Twitch channel, which that's our 5th edition tabletop setting. It's that world map behind me, which is myself, Nathan Napalm, Bounty Code, Sparoh, Skinny, my brother, my wife. Sundays at 8 p.m. over there. That map behind me was created in Incarnate, and I'm doing all the world maps in Incarnate. Same program is also what I use to make maps for the point and click game. So for more information on all that stuff, you can check out patreon.com/Wandering Hermits. You can get a copy of our 5th edition setting, the campaign module, which we just wrapped up the prologue campaign this past Sunday. It'll be live on YouTube, the replay on Wednesday at 11, and also the point and click game. You can get the demo of that over at the Patreon page for all the new folks. Check it out. Oh, and chapter 26 is out on
I think
Thursday.
maybe we have to wait for this to despawn or something.
What is the name of this quest?
Keep telling me that I have no charges when I try to lay the banner.
I just did it. Or maybe, did I do it?
It looked like you did, but the guys aren't coming.
Oh, is this gonna be like
I think
that?
because the other dude's banner's still active or something.
Wonder if it's like the dragon quest that we did that one night, and it took like 45 minutes for the dragon to come. Well,
I
anything
think
else
maybe
we
we
can
could do something else.
Yeah.
We've already waited around 15 minutes.
Oh my. Oh, we need tails. I see.
I'm out of range.
Oh my. Oh, that was very satisfying, sir. Melt before me.
Congrats.
Thank you very much.
I need a target.
Alright, that's my 4 woofy tails. Catcher says, no rush. I'll get his message when I get it. Might have to make care on that server since I don't remember which one I chose. It was either Halls of Fate or Antonio Bayo. Halls of Fate if you just picked one at random because like that's the one they stick the newbie players on. Oh, there's one. These things have green eyes? They totally do. Is that normal or am I imagining things?
Yep.
I guess I haven't really paid attention.
Definitely has them.
Didn't know if all Timberwolves have green eyes, because I haven't ever paid attention before. Man, I love the auto follow, because like we were grounded and you jumped up in the air to fly, and it automatically launched me into the air as well. Like they've done, it's those little things make that performance so much streamlined.
Now maybe we can do it.
No charges remain.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to loot it again. The
Some
banner.
bitch. Some bitch. Hopefully we don't have to cancel the quest. Do you remember where we found a champion?
Yeah.
Okay. Also a Patreon post coming out today, everybody. So just stay tuned for that. What's up, Crinkle? Oh, do we need to delete the one we have in our inventory?
I don't know.
I'm gonna go ahead and delete it just in case. Oh, it won't let me. Maybe it will. I have to, yes, destroy it.
I'm out of range. I can't attack that target.
Okay, I was able to loot it again. Bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. Says I've only ever played the Warden up to 86, I think. It's been too long. Yep, here they
Yep,
come.
here they come.
Fowl says the two ogres used to be elites. Helm of Gurn Grubnosh. Who's the good boy, Gurn? Come to daddy. Oh, man, for a moment there, I thought I was about to get punted off the platform. Invasion is this week. Tomorrow, I think, after patch. Come here, buddy. Oh wait, today's the patch. Did I say tomorrow? I meant today's patch. Today's the 6th, right? Yeah, so the invasion is actually today. That's multiple turn-ins, I think. What's up, Chris? Oh shit, yeah, you better... Make sure you turn it on, too. And no en modo silencioso. Glad you remembered, because I forgot. Yeah, cuando vienen, avísame para contar la madera y todo. Okay. ¿Marcaste todos o no? Pero no teníamos, Chris, entonces no hablas de cosas que no,
What brings
no,
you
no
here?
existe. No, no, pero es... One second, guys.
Go in peace.
Can I assist you? Bashar Selah. Interest you on a pint?
20 days till Wrath, 21 days till we can log into Wrath. Oh, people are counting the days. Pre-patch is out. Pre-patch is out, but not actual Wrath. That's out on the 26th. Welcome to the channel, Anthony G. I got credit for whatever you did. I think. Or maybe not.
I think you got credit for some of them, but not all of them.
It said quest completed. Oh no, I did not. That's different. Alright, what am I supposed to do here? Use the bow on seedlings.
Yeah, there's one right in front of me here.
Do you have to fight something that comes out?
Nope, you just have to plant them. Oh, here's another one.
Got one over here. This will be my last one. Alright, that's a wrap on that.
Goddess bless you. Illuminate.
Alright, let me check here. I got messages coming in on Discord. Alright, I'm back. Nathan might be a few minutes late. We're not sure. I just told everybody in the group to let us know when they're ready for us to switch over to Vanguard. I guess Nathan's dropping his kids off at a new school. Man, I cannot imagine having to get around these zones without flying mounts. Like, this is just, like, the verticality and everything makes this so much easier with a flying mount.
Oh yeah, I did almost this entire zone on my hunter without a flying mount.
Multiples of
And,
the spell
yeah.
you can find in the same one cannot be used with a hibernating wolf. Oh, should I have waited for you, or are we both going to get credit for these, or only one at a time? Nope, we definitely both got credit. That's good. I know, Val, let's believe me, I'm in the same boat. Vanguard, but Warcraft. I know. Well, they are going to be patching Warcraft today, so it is, you know, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, but that's in a whole nother hour and 20 minutes.
I know. All this time we could have spent.
Oh, you never know. Nathan might actually be that late.
Yeah, that's why I told him just ping us when they're ready, because I have never seen any part of the invasion, Jason, ever. Don't know anything about anything.
You know, it would be really awesome to like be able to stream that event as if we, if you want to participate in it. However, it probably won't be a good stream because it's any of the capital cities, you're going to be probably at 5 frames a second.
Oh, because of just how many people
Because
in the play.
everyone's going to participate, and on top of that, the tons of additional creatures that are going to be in the zones, in the areas.
Yeah, and I'm only running a 1080, which means I'm not having a bleeding edge system, so it'll be...
Well, yeah, it's not really that. It's just the fact that there's any system, like my system will, just because there's so many...
much.
Yeah, there's so much it has to render that...
Oh my God,
I mean, there's probably going to be thousands of people in the capital cities.
Yeah, I'll see if I can at least get footage. I won't want to stream it, but if I can just show up and get some footage of it, that'll be cool.
You have to get on at 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
Elune be with you.
Well, hell, we're getting up at 3:30.
Goddess watch over you.
All right. The only quest I have left is a turn-in.
Oh, yep.
Just
That leads us
southeast
to
of
the
here.
gnomes.
Oh, what is this thing? I am fluent in over 2 languages.
Oh, this music. Some of the music that plays in this zone totally reminds me of like Diablo 2. You'll get exactly what I mean. If you ever played Diablo 2 for any extended amount of time.
I did not. I played it, but it was just a simple run through. I played more of the first one than I did the second one. And the third one I only did once.
You have a great day now.
I gotta pick up some power converters.
Honored, I'm sure. Very good. Salutations. Be seeing you.
Oh my goodness. I may have to get some more coffee.
Off and away.
What are we supposed to do over here? Speak and used as a Ferrum capacitor. What did you do that at?
A little guy that's standing like under the little bridge area there.
I'll figure it out in a
His
second.
name is Tally or Tally's assistant or something.
go get a flight path and then sort it out. Oh. The flight path guy has a quest icon that I can't take yet. Alright. Tally. Probably just need to zoom in here.
Interesting.
Oh, I may have. Ah! No, 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 not Vanguard Call of Duty. Vanguard. Oh, was I supposed to control my descent?
No, it's
Okay.
automatic.
Alright. Vanguard Saga of Heroes. This is an emulator, Kidger. Alright, see you, Jason. Try to enjoy your work day. I know it's never easy, but if you can. Don't eat the vegan burger, sir.
Pleased to meet you.
Alright, be right back. See if there's more coffee. Alright, there was one cup left, thankfully. Alright, it says, throw caution to the wind, sign Tally's waiver, then speak with Rally Zapnatter to use the Zephyrium Capacitorium. Throw caution to the wind.
Greetings.
It's Singing Ridge, I guess. Fire me into the Singing Ridge. Oh, the vegan burger comment was crinkled was Jason and I were having a debate the other day. He had listened to yesterday's stream when I was saying that I don't agree that I don't agree with people who are reviewing the Rings of Power without actually having watched the show, because I don't think that it's fair that you review something that you haven't actually experienced for yourself. And too many people are just like, I'm gonna give it a negative review because I don't like what they did to Tolkien's lore. That's review bombing. And he was saying that I don't have to. I think he said something along the lines of, if it looks like shit and smells like shit, I don't need to try it to know that it's shit. And I had responded back that, well, you're never gonna, if you're a vegan and you make a claim that burgers are shit, but you've never actually tried the burger, you can't actually make the claim that a hamburger tastes like shit because you've never actually tried a hamburger before. You're just making an opinion. So that was the vegan burger statement. And no, there's nothing wrong with vegan burgers. I like some vegan burgers. Not all. Oh shit, I'm supposed to use... Oh, okay. We're supposed to use an item on...
Yeah, it's the temporal phase modulator.
I'm herping and derping and like killing those things because I hadn't actually read the quest. Alright, looks like Nathan's back now, so... Alright, I guess let's open one more of these things, then recall back and switch over to Vanguard. Oh, so that changed it into something? Can you do it a second time in a row or only once?
Just once. And then you kill it because you need the essence from whatever it changes into.
Okay, so I herped and derped on the first three that we opened. Alright, well. I know it for next time. I'm gonna recall back.
I'm just gonna fly over and there's an inn over where the gnomes are.
Was there?
Yep.
Alright, doing the same. I guess I hadn't seen any buildings over there. Just their little... Wasn't paying attention. It's a salad in burger form. It's not going to hurt your precious colon, says Crinkle. I like me a good salad. Alright, well before I actually switch over, I need to get this over here. Switch that like that. Close that down. Open this up.
Which channel do you normally join?
It'll be over in Nathan's. He has a special channel set up. Which channels do you see on his server?
Let's see. Groups 1 through 4, raid 1 and 2, and then MMO groups, more raid groups.
If you see the MMO group 1 that Zenix is in, I would say just join that one, and then Nathan will drag us down into the Vanguard stream group when he gets logged in.
Gotcha.
Alright, I'll see you over there.
Alright, sounds good.
Good morning. Give that a minute to load up. Some vegan food is amazing, but I still like my chicken and steaks. Oh yeah, I grew up on a farm, man. My family are dairy cattle ranchers, dairy cattle and beef cattle ranchers. Oh, you scared me. I thought I was getting kicked out of the server. I was like, what did I do? What happened?
What's up, guys?
What's going on, Nathan?
Not much. How are you?
Good, good.
Going good.
Boy, this guy looks angry.
He does, doesn't he? The goblins have pooped on my salad. I must have revenge.
Yeah, well, I was saying Renfeld's like, I should be back barely in time, but, you know, I don't know.
It's not going to offend
Depending
us.
on it, depending on it may or may not be a way to go, you know?
We're streaming Warcraft anyway on these mornings, so it's literally,
Oh.
we're not going to be offended if it's late.
Okay. Yeah, you never know. You know, the line dropping one of the kids off or something.
Yeah, it could be long in the morning. Oh my goodness.
Or they don't get ready in time is probably actually the more likely situation.
There's a good option for that, Crinkled, which is... Oh, I need to push mute. Hummus is a really good example of a food that is just absolutely delicious that a lot of people love, and they don't complain about it because it's hummus. And then it's like... There's a lot of things that people eat that are vegan or vegetarian, and they just don't even consider it until it's mentioned in the context of being a vegan dish or a vegetarian dish, and then it's like, ew, yeah. I'll let you do the invites, Nathan, because if I get randomly kicked, that way I'm not the person holding people up.
Okay, I'm getting my socials out, and then we'll get going.
Yeah. I have no idea why my YouTube short of me picking lumber out from the lumberyard is going viral, but it's apparently got 600 views in like the last 10 minutes. Apparently people like to watch a bearded man pick lumber out of a lumber stack. Alright, well, while we're forming up, I'm going to work on today's Patreon post. What's up? I do want to try. What did you make it with ajonjolín or como? Where did you buy ajonjolín? Las sabías, ¿verdad? ¿Sabes qué? Próxima vez puedes tostar o ya tostaste. That's pretty good, Chris. So Chris just made homemade, sorry, I got a mouthful. We couldn't find tahini where we live, so she just toasted her own sesame seeds this morning and made homemade hummus. And that was pretty tasty.
Nice.
Dude, Vowless, we are also having a lot of fun with World of Warcraft. There's not a waking moment where I'm not wanting to log in.
That's how I am now too. Literally all the time now. I'm like, could be playing WoW.
Yeah.
All right. So is Bounty and Sparoh not joining us today, or are they just not
I don't
here
know.
yet?
Haven't heard otherwise.
Yeah, I didn't either. I was just checking if maybe I missed something. All right. Maybe they just, because I did also send her a message about like, hey, I'm not 100% sure I'm gonna be there by 8.
I did update the tabletop group a minute ago.
Yeah, because she was like, yeah, that'd be better for me to give me a little extra time too to get the kids settled. So.
Well, they might just be late. So that's fine. I'll go do my Patreon post while we're hanging out. Because I did some cool shit yesterday making maps.
New maps.
Oh yeah, they're doing the
More
map for
adventures.
the city of Forkland.
Okay.
I got a trailer coming out of the Weaving the Void YouTube today too for that stuff. Let's see here. Oh, I actually have to log into the other YouTube account.
Binland won't make it today.
No, he sent me that. I had updated you guys yesterday. He told me he had
Yeah.
to cover somebody's work shift.
Yeah. Which is never fun.
No, it's not. I do not miss working for other people. Oh, I'll come let you out in a second, Sam. Alright, maybe I better do it now. Be right back. The best part about the hummus that Chris is making is she cooked the garbanzos over the wood fire yesterday, so that's got this underlying like wood fire camp smoke flavor to it. Oh, so
Oh, nice.
good, so good.
I love that taste, man. That enhances almost every. I can't
Right,
think of anything it does. to make
Everything,
better.
everything.
Yeah.
I made Philly cheesesteaks the other morning over the wood
Mm.
fire, dude. I had like double the meat, so I had a bunch of meat left over for the next day, and I mixed it in with some scrambled eggs and made like a meat and egg omelet, and it just had that smoky. It's
Me
good.
and Sparoh and WoW Classic, we made it to 63 yesterday. So we're like well paced to be right at 65 for tomorrow.
All right, we were catching Maduros up this morning, so I think we all got to. I'm 61, but I think. Are you 61, Maduros? I don't remember. Joey's into 60, but he did not ding this morning.
Yeah, I'm 61.
Yeah, so Joey's still 60. He might be 62, 63 by the time we get to Thursday. I do not run a lumber mill, but I am building a bunch of stuff
I
by
rolled
hand.
my warrior
Chicken
yesterday
coop
too.
and cat shelter for the rescue
Yeah, how'd
cats.
that go?
I'm not a big fan of the warrior, but it's okay. You know what I mean? I'm really just leveling up so I can play with my wife and get her caught up. But you know, there are situations where warriors are kings, and there's that new build people figured out. I was reading about, where they actually put more points towards. I forget one or the other, not the main tanking one, but it's like an unstoppable build of warriors. So the warrior may end up being a big deal this time around.
Oh, and
Nice.
yeah, by Ice Crown, they're godly. When they
Maybe
release
that's what they're.
Ice
Maybe
Crown
that's what
now.
everybody's talking about. Actually, that might be what they're talking about.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of warriors by Ice Crown. A lot of warriors will be dual wielding two-handers.
Yeah.
Being
Yep.
Fury.
Yeah. Which is nuts.
Yeah, Wrath is where they kind of had like a change in mindset a little bit, where you'll probably hear it often spoken about. Bring the player, not the
Yeah.
class.
Yeah.
So that's why you notice like a lot of class specs became more powerful because they wanted people, more people to be able to do like solo content, but be more effective
Yeah.
overall.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Ooh, 23 active players this morning.
I'm gonna put follow on you, Maduros. Oh, where'd Nathan go?
I'm
Have
just right outside.
Alright. Let me know when you get an invite to me, sir.
Oh, I forgot about the invites. Here they come.
Actually, where is the outside?
Yeah, it took me a second to.
It's like 3 different doors. Thank you.
Okay, just sent you an invite.
Yeah, I'll actually
Here
follow
comes
Nathan.
Maduros.
Finish up this,
Is Bounty online yet, Sparoh?
Yeah, he just hopped in. Yeah.
Is he just Bounty Code with this character? Forget.
Yes.
Oh, I spelled your name wrong too, Sparoh.
Thank you.
That's all of us for today, right?
I believe so.
Yep.
Is Zenix joining us in group today?
Benlin had to fill in for somebody else's shift this morning, so he won't be able to come.
Right. Is Zenix joining us? I noticed his.
I think he's just here
I don't
to
know.
lurk and
Oh, cool.
watch
Okay.
us fuck things up.
Good morning, Xenix.
He might be AFK.
Yeah, I think I might be wrong, but I know last time at least he missed our group stream because I think he works like a night shift or something the night before, so this is really where his sleep time begins. So he may just have us on just to kind of hear what's going on while he's trying to go sleep, maybe.
Maybe.
All right.
Work on
I don't know
one.
what we're doing. I forgot, but
I think we were just questing. Let's see.
so let's check the map.
Got
Oh.
buffs.
Yeah, what am I supposed to have on?
And an orb for everybody. I just gave it. Yep. Excellent.
So that's funny. That spirit orb you just gave.
Mhm.
Last week when we were doing that quest with the orb, that's the orb I was clicking on.
Ah!
And not the one for the quest.
I'm semi-AFK on follow for the moment because I'm trying to wrap up this Patreon post real quick before we head into too deep stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna pull this stuff nearby until then. Till you're ready.
I'm almost done. Just uploading 2 more photos here.
These are feeling even beefier this morning.
Wonder if they've been adjusted.
You're slacking your Psionis' DPS. And Binland's DPS, yeah.
Oh, true. Oh, that's funny. I was like, who's fearing these things? It was me. I didn't realize that's what that one did. So used to being a paladin that like it didn't even occur to me that I might be the one.
So what class is this, if not a paladin?
The Idhradlor is, I think, is what they're called.
Oh.
Something like that. I'm getting it wrong, but it's I'm like mixing classes here between games, but something like that. The Dread Knight, that's what they're called.
Okay.
They couldn't play the Dire Lord, so next best thing.
Transformation is happening.
Yeah, Wrath.
No.
Wrath
No.
of the Lich Napalm.
No.
Drac knew what he was talking about.
Wrath of the Lich Napalm. No, it's more of it's the only. I thought it would be good to play it because I've played the Dire Lord, so I can kind of see how many ideas they took from Vanguard for this class.
It's for science, you're saying.
For, yeah, research and development. It is a fun class, too.
Oh, I like the EverQuest 2 Dire Lord. They were a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Shadow Knight?
Or Shadow Knight, yeah, same difference.
Alright, so the quests we have right now are... We didn't have any more to pick up, right? We need glowing blood samples for the one. For the 5 brothers, we need... Oh, these are these 2 quests. For the courier... Yeah, so we have the courier and the 5 brothers, so... Oh.
Did you guys complete
Actually,
Nature of the Uvari?
No, I'm actually looking at that right now because that's the Jinkara Forest, the Legend of Lord Sang, and the Jinka Wardens, which we have to complete in order. We have a whole bunch of quests, I'm just noted.
What, about 10, if you don't count the 2 starter ones?
Yeah, we need... So the next one we have is to kill the Uvari Gaze Fiends, which are going to be over here.
That's weird. Mine says completed. It shows all the tasks completed, but the overall quest doesn't show completed.
Yeah. So I'm flying in the direction of the next update, which is for the... It's not... The quest is not wanting to track in my quest tracker for some reason. Oh, there it is. I just had to scroll down. This is the Rajin Glare Gaze Fiends.
Okay.
Oh, I found them. And the Glare Wings. So both of those quests are right here where I'm at. Alright, let me move my Xbox controller.
Comes everybody else.
There's a nice belt on here. 4 int, 4 whiz. I have a good belt, but if somebody wants it, it's a nice one.
Pretty sure not only do we need to kill these, we also need the wings off of them as well. Same thing with the gaze fiends. We need kills and 8 wings apiece.
I see it.
Yeah, I got a wing off of that one. 1 of 6.
Yeah, so those are going to be loots. The other one are kills. Corpse has nothing on it for me.
Oh, there's a named Zorgraz.
Yep, sure is. He's still only a 2 dot though.
They also drop, so any of them can drop the wing.
What do you mean?
Did you say something, Ren?
Yeah, I said, what do you mean they...
Like, it's not just one kind that drops the wings?
Well, it's
They all
2
can-
different quests. 2 different
Right.
mobs and 2 different quests.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It dropped off the one that updated for just the kill quest. I got a wing on it.
Right? Sorry, maybe I'm confused about something. Because the 2 quests we have are both kill quests, and they also need wings off of the mobs. The way you had said it,
Oh,
I
okay.
thought you meant that a wing dropped off of a non-winged mob. And I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, yeah. You can get them both quests off the same mob. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that means we need 16 wings.
Well, there's glare wings, and then there's Ulvari wings, which are 2
Yeah,
different
16.
types. Yeah, so
Right, so
2 different
that's-
types of wings.
Gotcha.
Confusion. We thought it was just 8 wings.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, because we have the gaze fiends and the glare wings. We probably need the ravagers too. Let me look here. I don't see a quest that says anything with the ravagers. Oh, yep. Hold up. There's another quest for. Gotta find it now. Rajin ravagers. So go ahead and kill the ravagers too, because we need 8 of those.
Okay. A lot of those around.
Yeah, we'll get 3 quest completions from this area.
And Ravagers is just kill.
Does anybody remember what the keyboard command is to do the chain abilities? The reactives?
Oh, I
Because
did
Y
used
is
to know.
Y is counterspell. probably need to look it up because I'm getting tired of mouse clicking.
I know you can also drag them anywhere on the hotbar.
Yeah, I
I
thought it was
forget about
an
those.
actual ability that you had to collect.
No, there's a keyboard command to what it does is it'll pick the first, if you have 3 or 4 different reactives, it'll just automatically use the first one, but there is a keyboard command. I just don't
I
remember what
didn't
it
realize
is.
that. Actually, I didn't even know what you're saying Rim was possible.
Yeah, so
There is
you know how you get the crits and reactives that pop up in
Yeah.
that special hotbar? So
Yeah.
like if it's a counterspell, the Y button is supposed to default to the counterspell, but if it's a reactive follow-up like a chain ability, there is a keyboard command that'll just do whatever's the first one in that
Interesting.
ability.
And whatever's available, right?
Right. Or you can, as you said, you can drag it to your
Yeah, but then
hotbar.
you have to select which
Correct.
one in that case.
And that's
it takes up hotbar space.
right, and then you might as well just leave it in the special hot slots anyway.
Yeah.
I'm guessing for this, once you get the amount of wings you need, you don't want to loot them anymore because they might stack.
Feature.
Oh, he's coming somewhere. There he is.
Ah, I see why. Chain reaction is not set. There's no hotkey set for it at the moment. I could swear it used to be the T button, and it's not actually set at the moment.
You're probably
Yeah,
right.
so here's what it is. Counter reaction, a counter action. The counter spell is Y. A rescue reaction is V. And I'm pretty sure chain used to be the T, so I'm just going to set it and watch what happens. Go T. Booyah. Oh, that's much better. Okay. I died in the process of testing that, but hey, it works.
Sorry, I was looking at the quests. I apologize. Where are you?
Testing complete.
Yeah, I was looking at the. There you are. Oh, I can't use it in combat. I'll have to wait a sec. Oh, it's using though. Maybe because I wasn't in combat. Okay, let me heal you. There you go.
Okay.
It's like an intelligence item.
Yeah, it's a nice int two-handed staff. I have one.
Yeah. So I have 5 of 6 glare wings. What's the
gaze fiends?
Yeah.
Which are the little bit rarer around here, it looks like.
Yeah.
Has anybody figured out a way to where you can where you can alt tab or use another window without this window closing down in this game, by the way?
I play it in windowed modes.
Yeah, so do I.
So do I, but it
Mhm.
still does that. If I alt
Really?
tab, it just goes away.
Well, it doesn't do that to me. But are you on a second monitor with it, or?
Yeah, second monitor.
That
yeah.
might be why.
Well, if I click on my second monitor, it doesn't go down anywhere.
Mine does. I don't know why.
Are
Every
you-
time I try to fix it, it gets even worse.
Are you like
It,
maybe
it doesn't load.
windowed, like as in smaller resolution than the resolution of your monitor?
I don't believe so, but
Yeah,
who
try.
knows?
Because
Who
maybe it's
knows?
acting like windowed full screen, and that's different. Just make it
Yeah.
windowed and make it slightly smaller resolution. That's how I play it on my 4K.
Okay. That's probably what it is.
Yeah, I have my glare wings, so.
It's like it's hard to like do things, you know, like besides play the game. Like if I gotta do anything with chat or anything, the game goes away.
Yeah, you can't watch Netflix.
That's the prohibitive way to keep yourself from watching Netflix. Play games that don't let you tab out.
They don't let you do nothing. You leave the game, it closes.
You're not gonna want to take these. They take you down pretty fast.
Yeah, with this so far, and I'm probably doing things wrong, but if you guys attack quickly, you're gonna pull aggro.
I don't know what you're talking about.
They just stack, so.
What was I bitching about this morning? Paladins who just run right in and do their consecration without letting me get aggro first on my DK. And here I am, like, hit the button.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna blame it on testing.
Dude, I think the worst in all MMOs for that was Final Fantasy 14, because normally when you're playing that game, you go ahead and get your weapon out and you're already ready to attack. Like you already got auto attack on before the mob comes. You know what I mean? That way you can just start doing your ability rotation. But then you play a range class and you're used to doing that and you pull because you start shooting arrows. I messed up so many groups because I was used to playing melee and being ready for the attack. But with the, in that class the range is a bard, but I pull everything. Like they would literally be like, all right, let's hold up, and I would pull. I'm like, oh god, I was just trying to get ready.
Don't pull that room, Nathan.
Yeah, don't pull the room.
You're like that Archer in the Rain in the second Lord of the Rings movie. Or like, hold it, and slips out of his finger.
Yeah.
This old man fingers can't hold it anymore.
Why is that mob got a blue name?
Is it charm?
I guess.
That's a simulacrum. A couple of gaze fiends around here we need for their wings. It should have despawned. I don't know why that thing is still around.
Yeah.
It's supposed to
Has
vanish.
gone.
Okay, I was gonna say it's supposed to vanish after 60 seconds, but that lasted longer than 60 seconds.
We just don't need the Ravagers as well, right?
No, we only need
We
the
got all
gaze
those?
fiends.
Okay.
Yep. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, I almost did
What?
no, nothing.
What's wrong?
I'm good. I can't see this target. There we go. There's a wing on that for whoever needs more of those gaze fiend wings, Ulvari wings. There's a couple more gaze fiends out here that we need.
Yeah, when will we be doing our first dungeon?
20-ish, I think, because 20 is the Tomb of Lord Sang, isn't it?
Feels right. Had a lot of fun with that last time I did it. Fix my sound. So I want to say this just in case anybody's not aware. People can still mass report people to get them banned in WoW Classic, and people are taking advantage of it right now on Death Knights. Don't remember which spec. One of the specs is not doing so hot, and when they join PvP, because they're making the team lose, they're mass banning them.
So hang on.
A ton of people banned.
So the
now.
Player reputation system isn't working?
Well, that's a broken. You don't let the players decide.
I know.
To ban people.
Never let the players decide.
Never do that. That's a joke. Visionary Realms always makes. Like, yeah, that would never go bad. Like, that's a. I can't believe Blizzard still does that. I thought that was old news and they didn't do that anymore. But I was watching an Asmongold video yesterday of all the people, all the Death Knights getting banned.
I think that's because they're getting banned for not participating in the battlegrounds.
No, supposedly people are reporting them for that, but actually they are. They just I don't remember which spec. One of the Death Knights sucks in PvP, or at least right now. And so it's making people lose, so they're just acting like they're AFK and reporting them. And enough people do it, and Blizzard believes it's true, and they're banning them.
It's probably the automated system that's back behind the scenes going, X amount of people reported this person, it must be a legit thing. Man, this is
with Wrath this close, like, that's not good, because they might miss the launch.
But it's also just vindicating this is why you can't have player votes for anything.
Well, no, yeah. Well, I just in case somebody thought that, Visionary Realms is not planning on doing anything like that.
Well, that's why PvP sucks, and it shouldn't be in any game.
Ah!
Oh, did I? Oh, sorry, I hit push to talk.
I didn't think of it from that point of view, but it could.
Brings out the best in people. They look at DPS charts and then they ban you.
That's brilliant.
There's a strength helm on there, Nathan.
Oh, really?
There's a topic for discussion.
Oh, nice. Thank you for letting me know.
I'm adding that to the...
I think I'm jumping on your bandwagon for that bounty.
There you go.
My biggest gripe is when, they change the PvE classes and abilities because of PvP.
Oh, I hate that.
I'm 100% on board. I fucking hate PvP.
Hated it. Did I? Oh,
PvP ruins games. Yeah, PvP
I'm right there with you.
I dislike PvP immensely.
I've been enjoying the battlegrounds. I've done a few now.
Yeah, but aren't battlegrounds, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know enough about them, aren't they like a special arena type event that you opt into?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So kind of like Hut Ball in Star Wars.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. It's like a giant Zerg fest.
Yeah.
Well, it depends which one you're doing, but yeah.
Yeah, that's
It can be.
That's acceptable.
And there are objectives in them. Those
you
are
gotta
addictive.
capture the flag, or take certain amount of towers.
Or taking over, holding different points of
Yeah.
interest.
So it depends which one.
Pretty cool. And then there's one that's kind of like a MOBA style where you gotta connect, taking over all the way to the main keep, taking over towers. Those are fun. But that's what I'm talking about. That's what people are getting banned from.
And Ren, you can add this to the topic list of, and I know it'd be controversial, but the whole DPS meters. Charts, and I know that's
I'm adding it.
controversial.
No, it's not controversial to me. DPS meters.
Yeah, DPS meters, yeah.
Oh.
Gross!
Yeah, that's how they're deciding whether to ban someone.
Exactly. So
Whether you're welcome or not.
I understand the fun of them, too. I do. And I understand the people who argue their usefulness.
And again,
The
if you could
problem
opt
is-
in.
Right. That's like saying, well, cocaine clears out your sinuses. Okay, but it's also not good, right?
Well, in small doses.
Boy, we're really going.
Hey, oh, yeah. This has caught off the rails.
And they're not controversial if you can see your own, but you shouldn't see other people's.
Unless they opt in to show you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, there's a point someone made the other day in favor of DPS meters being used by raid leadership to help guide players who might not be understanding things like, oh, you shouldn't be using an ice spell on this mob because it has a huge ice mitigation. And so if you're seeing someone in the meter who's using ice spells when they shouldn't be, then that's a way to know, because if you didn't have the tracker, you wouldn't be able to know that they were doing that in the first place. You can help correct those types of mistakes.
Right, but as you pointed out, that's a way to be socially banning someone if they're not standing up and doing what they're supposed to be doing. You pointed out that that's going to go wrong every time.
Yeah, and
hang on. I feel like we're on different subjects because I'm talking about mitigation of damage, not the amount of damage being done.
Yeah. You're talking about
if you're not playing.
Right.
If you're not playing right, and you're seeing that I'm not playing right and not doing certain spells or whatever, you can say, okay, we don't want Sparoh on the raid. She doesn't know what she's doing. She's out.
Could you get that information from combat logs, though?
That's what the parsers are for, is to be able to parse that information.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is why do you need the parser if that's the only information you need? It would be in the combat log.
Because in order to get it, if you're talking about cycling through thousands of lines of combat data, the parser is what's going to pull that out for you. So
right. I mean, I know what it is. What I'm saying is if that's the only reason, because that's... Once again, saying that as an argument is like the kumbaya version of what really happens.
Right, I think we're talking about separate things here, because we were talking about damage, and I moved the conversation to mitigation, and now people are...
Right.
It sounds like the conversation is still being about damage, not about mitigation.
The reason why is if you allow one, you have to allow the other, because you're allowing an add-on in your game. Therefore, people are going to make the other... They're going to make the parser for damage as well. You see what I'm saying?
Right, but I would
just allow one.
I would argue that in the case of the mitigation example, it's perfectly acceptable to have someone be told, hey, don't use ice spells on this particular mob because it's not being effective. And if that person keeps doing it even after they've been, reminded a couple of times, then it's totally justifiable to not bring them along to the next raid because they're not paying attention to what spells should or shouldn't be used.
They're not trying to get better.
Right, and they're not trying to get better. But the damage thing is a whole other conversation because that's telling people, you're not doing the proper rotation, therefore you shouldn't be allowed in. That's a different... I feel like that's a different subject.
But it's the same thing.
The end result is the same. It is. If your raid leader's a dick and he doesn't care and he just says, oh, you're not optimum, he'll make any excuse.
Yeah.
And I've had that personally happen in raiding guilds.
So...
That's what I'm saying. Like, Renfel's
there was no help.
That's the nice version of what
that's
happened.
On paper it sounds good, but in reality it doesn't pan out like that.
In reality, people get mad, aggravated, and you know what I mean? Like, they just... And I get it. I understand why they get mad and aggravated, but it ends up becoming very nasty.
So I feel like we're also verging into confirmation bias territory because you guys keep saying it happened to me, it happened to me, it happened to me. But I'm also saying from the other...
I'm saying
both can happen.
I'm going off vast amounts of data of MMO playing across forums and seeing people leaving games and etc. I've actually seen more of the nice in my time. I've seen more of like, let's help everybody out. This guy can't. He's not keeping up with the damage. Let's find out why. Let's take him to a training dummy. Show us what your rotation is. We'll help you. Oh, did you know you could do this? Did you know if you move this buff in between these two, then it'll increase your damage? You know, like I've seen more of that. But from conversations and forums and all the complaints over the years, and it seems as though that's not the normal. The normal is, okay, we don't got time for this. You're kicked. You know?
We've had a whole conversation about toxic raiding guilds and how they're so hyper competitive and all that stuff. That's where they can see that information.
And that's 5% or less of the player base. So Nathan's comments about it seems like that is very important, because it might seem like that's the case, but that's actually not the case for the vast majority of...
Because the vast majority don't raid, but if you do raid, it's toxic.
I don't...
You argue that.
Where are all the
not that long
complaints
ago.
coming from, though? Right? Like, where are all these people coming from that claim that this has happened? I mean, I've seen it. It's not like it's not real.
Is it
people
toxic,
are assholes.
though? Well,
like,
hang on.
We can't argue with that.
Hang on. Is it toxic, though, to be told or to be taught? Now, there is a fine line between someone trying to teach someone in a good way, and someone saying, I don't have the time for this, you're just kicked from the guild. And I will agree that from what I've seen, the vast majority of people don't want to take the time to teach someone, because they expect you to already have learned your rotation by the time you've gotten into that guild.
Right.
But I would argue that that's not... If you're raiding at that level, you should have learned how to play properly by that point. You should have learned the maximum amount of DPS, etc., not to use this ability on that mob. I don't see how that's toxic to ask someone to be able to play at the highest level of performance.
That's not toxic, but kicking them because they can't do it right away is.
Right away, yes, that would be toxic. But if they haven't figured it out by the third or fourth raid, I don't know that kicking is the solution, but having a polite conversation about, unfortunately, we need someone who can do this because we can't get past this raid, so we're going to bring this person along instead. Because there's also, and this is the sucky part of it, there are people with disabilities who can't perform at that level.
Right.
And some people have said it's not fair that they can't participate. Well, what's not fair is that developers haven't figured out a way to put tools into the game to allow those players to compete at the same level of, say, someone who has all 10 fingers, if that makes sense, without being offensive to somebody.
Right. That's a good point, too.
Right. But I tend to agree with Nathan that that's kind of the kumbaya version of what could happen. Usually people don't have patience.
Yeah.
Well, that's on the leadership more than it is on the tools.
Sure.
I mean, it's kind of like saying that we should ban alcohol because some people are alcoholics.
That's a good point.
Some people are going to abuse parsers.
They can't abuse them if they're not in. Just have it for yourself.
So
and then if you
by that
wanna
argument,
opt
we
in,
should never sell alcohol anywhere because we can't control the people who are alcoholics.
Well,
if that's what it's going to take, fine.
You know there's no parsers in 14, right? You're right. Like that's
I've never played 14, so.
Well, 14's a very raid-heavy game, right?
Right.
Everybody, like the percentage of people raid is outrageous. Everybody, it feels like raids. It's way higher than World of Warcraft. I mean, it is a raiding game. And there's no parsers, no add-ons, right? So if anybody's using them, they get caught, they're banned. That's it. Goodbye. And you know what they have instead is places you can go to see if you are good enough, generally speaking, to do that raid, right? And it's literally like I forget what it is, like an orb or something.
Like a tutorial thing. Yeah,
so,
I went through it.
Yeah. Well, no, it's better than that. So they have that too. They have the tutorial thing, but they also have a place you can go, and it's just like phase 1 of this fight or whatever, right? And you set it up, and you can go with your guild, and you just say, all right, we're going to take turns, and everybody does it, and if you pass, then you are technically good enough.
So it's basically a DPS. It's a DPS check tutorial.
It's more than that because it depends on your class what it does, but yeah.
Gotcha.
And so that people take their guild and they go and, you know, if they don't do it, then they'll try to figure out why. Like, dude, it says your DPS is too low, or it says your, you know, and
EverQuest
then
2 kind of did that too with the city raids, because they taught you mechanics in each one of the city raids. Like, this is how this mechanic works, and that's what this raid is all about, and then this is how this mechanic
How do
works.
I get out of combat? Sorry to interrupt, but I
oh,
can't
sit,
put on.
sit,
I
and then
can't
get back up.
/sit won't let me.
/
I can't-
end combat, I think.
Yeah, I tried that too.
There's another one you
No.
can do.
That's annoying. Maybe if we fight another mob, it'll
Yeah,
pop
just
me
yeah,
out.
just attack something else.
Can't put on these nice boots.
Yeah, Josh, that is true that some people will cheat, but like if you're paying attention, they won't get away with it. Like people get banned in 14 all the time for it. Like there's easy ways for a developer to scan and realize you've been using something to pick through their data.
Yeah, data mining.
Like EverQuest, like you know, unfortunately, you know, we're talking about Daybreak. Like they're not banning nobody. You know, people are doing.
They
crazy
need that
stuff.
cash.
Yeah, they need that money.
Oh, there's a blue weapon on that guy.
It depends on the popularity of the game, how well they're doing, how strict they can be, if that makes sense. You can't be so strict that you got a business, you know what I mean? So, the more popular your game is, the more you can adhere to the rules, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree. It is useful. I just also believe that I personally, here's the funny part, I would like to have parsers. I just don't think it would be good for the majority of people.
I'd like a parser for myself to see how well I'm doing, and maybe, you know, people could share, the people that are doing well, you know, what's a good number to be aiming for, and then you'll know, are you hitting that?
Yeah.
I like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that, but the issue is from a raid leader perspective. If we're
You know
failing,
what I would do? I'd be like, send me your parser.
exactly,
data.
send me your parser data, because I need to make sure that you're actually doing the things that need to be. Well, because if we failed 7 times on the raid because one person is inadvertently, and I'm not saying purposefully, one person is inadvertently, maybe they don't understand that this spell shouldn't be used on this mob at this point in time. Maybe they just don't understand that because they've never played in that encounter before. The only way you're ever going to know that is by having data to sift through and to look at. And having the individual look at it doesn't help the entire guild or the entire raid force if no one's ever getting a chance to look at the data to sift through it to determine what's wrong. It's like a line of code that, you know, if you can't find the little...
though. It's easy enough to ask for that information.
Right. So what's the difference? I'm confused about what the difference is between asking for the information.
You're opting in. You're deciding whether you want to share that information or not.
So what happens if you don't want to share that information?
You can make that as a stipulation for rating if that's important to you.
Okay.
Our game, you know, you need to share your parser.
So
And
what is hang on. In that same line of thinking, then why can't a parser exist in a game and the raid guild have the option to use it or not?
If the person opts in, I'm fine for that. To me, it has to be opting in. If you want to be in that culture,
if you want to raid in that
fine.
guild, then
yeah.
So I'm still confused about, because the argument that we just put forward was that if the guild doesn't want to use the parser, they don't have to use the parser.
Right.
The parser system can exist.
Sure.
The guild doesn't have to use it. You can join the guild that doesn't use it. It's an optional system. Meanwhile, it exists as an add-on.
Has to be made by the developers, not an add-on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fair enough. So an in-game parser. So
Sure.
An in-game parser would be acceptable. It's just the third-party parsers are the ones that...
Yeah, I think the third parties where a lot of the toxicity comes from, because for one thing, number one, it's a third party, right? How accurate is it, right? What's the standard here? What parser are you using? Maybe I practice with a different third-party parser, and it's showing a little few data,
And
etc.
does it take into account the different classes and specs?
Right. Yes. So I think that it needs to be made and developed. If you're going to have a parser, it needs to be developed as part of the game. Because for one thing, I'm just sick of developers leaving it up to the community to add things that are necessary for the game. If it's necessary for the game, then why does the community have to make it? You know?
Because theoretically, EverQuest 2 has a threat meter, which is a
Yes.
DPS meter.
Built in.
It's
built
a DPS meter built in. It tells you,
Yep.
hey, you're doing too much damage. Back off.
Yep.
This just popped up in chat. I want to bring this out for conversation. A huge problem that showed up in Wrath as well was add-ons which showed your gear score. People would then not allow you into a group if your gear score was not what they wanted. However,
Absolutely.
and I'm going to put a counter to that, which is that going back to, because I've heard that argument used since EverQuest 1. Oh, Raid Guild A is such a dick because they won't let me in because I got to have 100 resists and 5,000 AC. Well, there's a reason for that when it comes to raiding. Like, you will die one-shot deaths to the breath weapons from dragons if your resists aren't X and your armor class isn't Y. So in most cases, it was never about the guilds being dicks. It was just, if you wanted to kill dragons, that's the armor class and resists that you needed. But it is a problem when you have people who apply a blanket gear score and say, we don't want you unless you have 500 whatever. However, when it's a requirement to get into, and correct me if I'm wrong, Maduros might know this more than I do or anybody else. Did they ever implement like gear score minimums for zones in World of Warcraft? Like you can't even get into the zone?
And so later what they do is they implement item level restrictions to be able to do like heroics in certain raids. Yes.
Okay, that's perfect.
Queue up for them.
Then,
but you could still go in there, like if you went there on your own with like a guild.
Okay.
You just couldn't queue up for it.
You just couldn't queue up for it. Yep. And a lot of that has to do with similar to what you're talking about, where being a certain gear score, you're going to have a certain amount of health, which some of the mechanics, unavoidable mechanics, may automatically kill you if you're not at a high enough gear score because your health won't be high enough.
Yeah, Crinkle just said Burtox and Time as an example. You're dead without resistance to disease at 255. Like, you're just dead. And so that's never been, at least from the perspective I've looked at, it's never been about a raid guild being a dick because they want you to have a certain gear score. It's the fact that you'll just get one-shotted and die.
Well, sometimes that's true, but players always take things way out of hand, right?
Correct.
So after the game's been out for a few years, they just, because they have had a gear score above, I'm making up numbers here, 1,500 for, a year and a half, a new player comes along who's trying to get that gear, and they're in the proper dungeon to get that gear to advance their gear score.
Correct.
However,
the players have made up an arbitrary bullshit
players
number.
have made up BS and been that's happened to me. I was working my way through, and that's happened to me a bunch of times, where I'm working my way through a bunch, the content needed to up my gear score, right? That's the drops, that's where I need to be. But I get kicked out for not having a gear score higher than what I'm even there for.
Joey's had that happen to him in retail.
That's very common.
That's one of the reasons Joey never liked retail. So this does come back to the conversation of, which I think is what Sparoh was trying to make the point of earlier, is that player controlled voting on any of those aspects can be detrimental. It has to be something that's controlled by the developer.
Can be, yep. Especially in instance dungeon content. That's where it gets nasty. Public dungeons don't get as nasty because you're not queuing up. You know what I'm saying? It's different when it's just you and your group versus the world of what's in front of you, and because then you're thinking of it from a theme park perspective, right? And it's just different. That you get less of that in an open world or a public dungeon. That it's crazy, but like this raid mentality leaks down into dungeons, right? And that's when it gets really toxic. When it's, I'm not gonna lie, this is just the way it is. If you've raided a lot, you know what I'm saying. Raiding is a little toxic. It just is. It's by nature. I mean, it just is. I've led raids, and it wasn't toxic. We were nice to one another, but at the end of the day, decisions have to be made if you want to keep that static group together, and somebody just can't do it. Like they just don't have it. And you have to have a nice conversation with them and tell them, I'm sorry, but it's been several months. We're way behind, and for the rest of everybody, I'm sorry, we're gonna have to replace you.
And the unfortunate reality of that is there's always going to be hurt feelings when that happens.
Yeah,
and that's
of
where
course, that hurts.
That's
Yeah,
where you
that
often
hurts.
that's where you often get the confirmation bias issue of, well, this happened to me that one time, therefore
That's
it
not confirmation
sucks.
bias. That's fact. That's how you
Yeah,
just
it
said
did
that's
happen.
what happened.
And then you hate that mechanic of that game, or you don't like that style of MMO.
Yeah.
Like I can't stand action fighting for that reason. I like tab targeting. I like to be able to have my gear determine the damage, not my twitchiness.
Sure, and
Okay,
what I'm getting
yeah.
at though by that is that then you get a bunch of people together, and that's when it turns into the confirmation bias of back in the day of EverQuest 1, all raid guilds hate players without armor class X, and that's not actually what was going on. It was, well, no, you need these requirements to get into the raid zone. And it sounds to me like the gear score is a similar conversation. I'm not intimately familiar with it because I haven't dealt with gear score yet.
Yeah, it was before before item levels were officially in the game. You know what I mean? And to be,
I
if
never
I
minded
remember, if I remember correctly, at first the players were figuring it out themselves, and before Blizzard even admitted such a thing existed, right? Am I remembering correctly?
I don't know, but I never minded them because it let me know if I was ready for a zone or not. It wasn't something I thought was overly intrusive, especially since you could go in anyway. Like Madura said, you just go there without queuing up.
Yeah, and Click in chat just made a really, or Elliot in chat just made a really good point, because that is true. I mean, it is what it is. It's not nice, but sometimes life isn't. When you want to raid in an MMO, you just got to put on your big boy pants.
I
And it
fucking
is
agree
true.
with that. I 100%
You've got to
agree
know
with
that, like, you may not be good enough for this particular raid group, right? Like, you may not be on their level, etc. Like,
But that's a broken game design, I say, because it's relying on twitchiness. It's relying on
No.
rotation of your abilities. I like the game to
well,
be based on my gear. It's like TNT.
So,
It's your level and your gear that determines the outcome, and your RNG that determines the outcome of the win.
so I've heard.
although I
not
agree what you're
twitchiness.
saying, no, hang on, though. I'm talking about reactionary to situational things, right? So, like, Pantheon's huge on this, where you got a ton of abilities, right? But when and how you use those, depending on the situation, is going to determine how good that fight goes.
Yes,
right?
but you can tab to the target. You can use your ability strategically, and it'll work or not
Sure.
based on RNG, not on your twitchiness. That's what my argument is.
Yeah, and I agree with what you're saying, but what I think I'm just arguing something different. Like,
Yeah.
some people can't, in the moment, they get too panicky or anxiety, and they can't focus, and they can't do the thing they have to do during certain moments.
I've always looked at it like
They can't
this.
get out of the
You know what
fire.
I'm saying?
in time.
Yeah, they
Right,
can't get out of the
right.
fire. I've always looked at it this way, using a real life example. There are people who climb mountains professionally, and they will make it to the top of Everest, and they're going to be in the top 1% of people who climb mountains.
And
Then
everybody
there's-
wants to be that guy.
And everybody wants to be that guy, but not everyone wants to put in the time and the effort and the skill and has the resources to make it to that point.
Sure.
And it's not fair to have the entirety of mountain climbing be reduced to
So,
everyone has access to it. And
so
'cause that-
rating is niche.
It is.
It is. It's the 5% or less.
Right.
And it has.
So
I
should we
find
really
oft
have the game
times
developers put that much time into a 5%?
they
That's what
don't.
I've always argued. That's
I
what
think
I've
we're
always argued.
arguing two different things, but okay.
Yeah, I think we're arguing lots of things. at the same
Maybe
time.
even more, yeah. I think there's multiple points being argued.
We're all over the place. We're a bunch of crazies.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, rating is it's not for everybody, and also to Renfel's point, I've never wanted to be the world.
I'm
server
content
first or
doing
anything.
rock climbing
I'm-
at a gym, you know? Like, I
Yeah.
know I'm a casual climber. Like,
Yeah, I'm content with finishing that raid content within that cycle
Right.
of content anytime in there.
Right.
If we do it the last day and we clear it the last day before they release new content, we did it.
Yeah,
We
because
win.
I would never go out there and make these, you know, rant about how it's so unfair that those guys who climb Everest, you know, I shouldn't have to go get that oxygen gear, and I shouldn't have to go
Right.
get those special camping tents and the special backpacks and the things that let me survive at those frigid temperatures. Like, it's not fair that I should have to do that. I should be able to have access to it because I like to climb. Well, put in the time. Get the money. You'll eventually get to that point.
Yeah, and what should happen is people get in a situation that they don't like, and so they realize that's not the group for them, and they go try to seek another group, right? That is more attuned for what they do, because they got tons of people in chat right now talking about, like, dude, we helped each other in our guild with raiding, like, we weren't jerks, you know, like, that is true, and I mean, like I said before, that was true for me too. But
99% of my experiences have been positive with everybody. As a matter of fact, Vowelus has a comment in chat that I wanted to throw out here because I've never seen this happen. He says, what about the people who want to get the gear but no one will take them because they don't have the gear? And I would say, well, that's because they're not looking hard enough to find a guild that fits their play style. Because you will always be able to find a guild. And I'm not saying this for you in particular, Vowelus. I'm using this as a blanket example. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of guilds recruiting across any given mmorpg, depending on the game and the population. And there's casual roleplay guilds that do Tuesdays, Thursdays. There's other guilds that do Mondays and Fridays. Guilds that do. You'll always find a guild that's right for where you're at in the progression. Always.
Or make one.
Or make one, right.
Somebody has to make those guilds. Don't forget that part.
Yes. There might not be one that fits your niche, so you have to do it with your 5 friends.
Yep. I think what most people are afraid of, right, is that will happen. Something toxic like that will happen to somebody, and that's their impression of the game, and they leave. That's what we're afraid of, right?
Big boy pants.
People are finicky.
No, I just don't want to put in something that encourages that kind of negative behavior. That's my perspective.
But how do you make challenging content without it being competitive? That's the problem the developers face.
I want challenging to be based on my level, my gear, my hit points, my armor class, my abilities that I've worked on, maybe even dailies, and got them up to a certain level, maybe got the better gear in the heroic dungeons. That's what I wanted it based on, not on twitchiness.
Hang on a second, I'll be right back.
I think that's the style of game that we play. That's kind of our viewpoint, is we don't like to play twitchy games.
Yeah. But I like to have reactionaries, which is a little bit twitchy, right? A little bit.
To a degree, yeah.
But when it's slower, when it's not as fast-paced, it doesn't feel twitchy, or at least not to me. It might to some people.
Strategic is different than reaction. Strategic is good, right? I don't want it to be twitchy where I have half a second to have to react to something.
Right.
I want to have enough time to logically think, this is the ability that needs to be applied to this reaction. That's fine.
Right. But what about mechanics like, hey, at this point, that's usually how it works in a raid. Like, you have 5 seconds and we got to run to this hole because they're going to dive bomb, you know?
Yeah, those are scripted mechanics, like, and that is by its
very
nature.
And I do like those. That's why I like raiding.
And I don't.
Learning those, and you learn them and you master them. It's like a dance, you know.
I know. I just find them so annoying and just fakely challenging. It's
but that's
how are they
content, though?
How are they fakely challenging? Because if we were in the real world,
in D&D, you don't do that, and I base my game on that style. Like when we're doing D&D adventures, we don't have 5 seconds to move to this thing and then jump over here and then join left leg. No, it's based on your gear and abilities.
No,
there's no rating in D&D.
Hang on, but that's not entirely true though, because there are turn-based
Yes, it's turn-based. I'm not
abilities.
going to be destroyed because I'm not twitchy. It's turn-based.
All right, I see your argument.
Yeah, I agree with what Bounty's saying. I'm just arguing the other side. Like, how do you make content that continues to challenge people without doing the same thing?
Well, if that's only 5%, then that's only 5%.
The
It's
issue
more
with
than
what
5%
rest
that
of people
play
don't
it.
play
It's
that.
5% that clear it.
correct,
And
5%
it's usually a
Or
little
rate it.
higher.
So
It's usually more like 14%.
I can
but,
say from a developer's perspective, what Bounty is asking for has been done with EverQuest, and the reason that companies moved away from it is because the only way to provide that type of, and I'm not singling you out, Bounty, I'm using this as a point of reference. In order to provide that player with that type of experience where it's just based on, you know, the right thing at the right time without having to be twitchy, the only way to do that, or the only way that's been done to date, is to just add more hit points to the mob, add a higher resist to the mob, and etc. Because if you're not allowed to have reactionary mechanics, i.e. the go click this thing, you have 10 seconds to do it. If you strip that out, the only thing that raiding is tank and spank. Because every other mechanic that's ever existed, whether it's an AoE call out, a frontal AoE, the mob's resistant to this damage for X amount of time, those are all reactionary abilities. And I haven't seen anything since the days of EverQuest where we don't have scripted encounters, if that makes sense.
I agree with you, and that's probably why I like EverQuest.
Well, and we
It
spend
is-
most of our time doing this kind of content right now, where
Yeah,
we're going
yeah.
in, talking, and killing things, and not having to jump on our left leg, right leg, run to this way, and we're
Right.
enjoying it just fine. I don't
Right.
think it. I think you can do tougher mobs with more of the hit points, and it takes a full group, and still have a good time. I don't think you need to
So-
have over
But
mechanics.
it's
Yeah,
not more
they're-
challenging. It's not more
But hang on.
challenging.
We're forgetting something that happens over time, right? So I'm sitting here and I'm contemplating, because that actually is I agree with Bounty, but I do also like to raid also, right? And I like it to be hard as crap, and we have to learn it. We get our butts raffle stomped until we figure it out, right? I love that, because when you finally do it and everybody's working together perfectly, and you just learn it. It's not Twitch anymore. It's, you know what to do. You know what I mean? But I just was sitting here thinking about it, because I was thinking, like, he is right, though. In some games, I don't want to deal with. There's certain games where I'm like, I don't want to deal with all that in this game. And I realize that what people do, and it seems like, is they don't do it when it's in season. So they'll come back and do those raids after their gear score, etc., can get high enough that they can just go do that content regular.
Because
they can skip the mechanics.
They have skipped the mechanics, they
Right.
have removed the challenge from that equation.
Right.
Because once you've removed the challenge, the only thing that's there, it's a mob with more hit points.
Tank and
it's
spank,
tank and spank.
DPS. It's all about your gear score then. So it still exists even in the games that have that. But for people that want a really ridiculous challenge of teamwork and to work your guild to the max,
That's
like
when you
where
do the
everybody's gonna be,
scripted stuff.
That's when you do the scripted stuff, in my opinion. And I don't see any other way you can hold. Because here's the deal: 5 to 15% may clear that content, but 50 to 60 to 70% try it and want to clear it and have fun trying to.
Right. But where this conversation started was the fact that people wanting to try it but can't pull it off right away are told, no, that content is not available to you. You're not welcome because you're not good enough. And that's where this started.
Yeah.
Was that it's not only making it more challenging, it's also making it more inaccessible to people.
That's what challenge does.
A huge amount of people. If you're saying 5 to 14% or whatever, that's a lot of people that are paying for that content. Can't
because
use
it's
it.
hard. Yeah, because it's hard.
Hang on.
I would say overly hard. I would say it's overly challenging if only that small of a percent of people can enjoy it, because they're not welcome.
Anybody can
'cause they
enjoy
can't.
it, but only a small percentage are going to be able to
Not
do
if
it.
they're told they can't come.
No, hang on.
Until they can't come, they can't, right?
But
if you're
but-
losing, you're still having fun. I mean,
But
you know,
hang,
like
hang on though, it's only that you can't. If you can't do it when it's on level, it's not that you're being told that you can't ever do it. You can come back when it's no longer challenging and still do the
Right.
content. It's the
Yeah.
can you do it on level with the mechanics as they were intended to be done when it's fresh. That's
Right.
the
Most people
challenge
can't.
factor. Correct.
Most
And I
people
think
can't.
that's
Can't.
great. That's great. It's having that challenge, that mountain for people to climb, that thing
Yeah.
that people can look to achieve. Otherwise, there's nothing there to do other than just, oh, more quest grinds, yay.
Yeah, but see, you make it sound like then it's not challenging. There's a difference between Mount Everest and putting my my treadmill up to 3 degrees incline and still having a good walk on it. I want
Right.
a little bit of challenge. I want that group requirement, but I don't want this thing to be punching me in the face because we're not doing a twitchy mechanic right.
With your oxygen
Yeah.
mask on at the same time.
Yeah, on the treadmill.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
So I mean, yeah, there's.
I just
And that's on the developer to do it right. They need to balance it. They need to figure out what's enough of an incline, but not frickin' Mount Everest.
But if
EverQuest.
everybody can do it, then it's not as
Correct.
interesting to see people who pulled it off.
And it's
Sure.
Right?
and
A
it's no
small
longer
percent.
it's no longer a challenge at that point. If everyone could climb Everest, it wouldn't be an accomplishment. It wouldn't be the pinnacle if it wasn't so hard that only 1% can get to it.
Build
That's the
one
way I look at
Everest in the game, not 25, and only have Mount Everest.
You're wrong. You're not wrong. So I would like to
You're
point
not
out that
wrong. Yeah,
EverQuest
that's a
2
really good point.
EverQuest 2 did a great job of raids that started at level 20 all the way up to max level. And they had 2-man content, 3-man content, 2 group content, 3 group content, and 4 group content. So that you could have the small group challenge, the multi-group challenge, and the full raid challenge across all aspects of the leveling sphere, not just at the cap. And I think that sounds to me like what you're arguing for, Bounty, is accessibility across all tiers of gameplay with multiple tiers of difficulty, so that there's not just one tier
Sure.
at the end.
Yes.
So
Yep.
the EverQuest 2
Amen.
situation worked very, very well.
You know, that's the solution right there. The real problem is there's not enough variety.
Correct.
It's twitch. Well, I don't like saying twitchy, but I guess it is. There's the heavily mechanic-based raids that are really difficult to do as a team, where everybody's on the same page and does everything correctly. And if one person screws up, you all wipe, and that's it. That is the end game content these days. And the problem is there needs to be more. There needs to be multiple
Variety.
tiers. Now, I think World of Warcraft. I have not raid in retail, but isn't that what they tried to do with normal?
Yes.
Whatever,
Normal, heroics,
whatever.
mythicals, etc.
Well, how
Well,
did
you
that
have-
go?
You have raid finder difficulty, you have
Right.
normal difficulty, heroic
Right.
difficulty, and mythic difficulty. So
Right.
there's 4 difficulty levels.
So the raid finder's the easiest because it's just random pug groups, right?
Mhm.
Am I right?
Yep. Yeah. And the bosses have next to no mechanics. They have a few, but there's hardly any. It's very easy to get through for a normal person, I would say.
I
know,
could
they-
be down for that. That
Yeah,
makes
Yeah.
more
I
sense to
actually like that. And when
Yeah.
it was actually Cataclysm and Wrath, I think, era that started to implement that levels of incline you can choose, and I had a lot of fun running dungeons.
Yeah.
Yeah,
with
Okay.
groups.
when they released right before Ice Crown, it was Trial of the Crusader, is when they started implementing that.
I think my concern was at first I was taking it like, don't put that in my game. The real problem is that you can have that in the game.
You just
You've
need
got to.
accessibility.
That's why I will fight for it, because if you don't have that kind of content
There's
in the
no
game,
mountain to climb.
people will, oh my gosh, they will complain. They will be like, there's nothing to do at end game. Like, it's too easy. I thought this game was supposed to be difficult, blah, blah, blah. But if you have multiple challenges, as long as you also have that, you need at least one mountain.
Sure.
Yeah, but you don't,
can
like
agree
you
with
said,
that.
you don't need 25.
Right.
Well, you do need 25, but
same
you need
time.
25 different sized mountains.
Yes, thank
Well,
you. You
if
only
you-
need one that is
Yeah, if you-
5%.
Well, if you put in 25 Mount Everest, put in 25 normal mountains, put in 25 medium mountains,
Sure.
if you have the resources to do that. But
And
don't
then
focus-
people can feel better, all right? They
Yes.
can be like, hey, I may not be good enough for that mountain, but I can go back and do these other mountains until I am good enough to do
Yeah,
that.
you
one,
have
know?
rating content you can actually do.
I enjoy running, but 2-3 miles. I don't like running the marathon. I hate, I would never want to do that. But I
Yeah.
like running.
Now here,
You're
now
not
I'm gonna
wrong,
play the
Frank.
devil's
You're not wrong.
advocate. Okay. Because I'm starting to think of it from a developer point of view, and now I'm thinking 15 years from now. Right, 15 years from now, several expansion packs later, the big mountain is way bigger than it was originally because you've had to increase the difficulty to keep players interested.
Yep.
So that mountain's really big.
Yep.
Now, how many small mountains do I need to make by the 6th expansion for a brand new player?
Not exactly.
To still feel
And
that way?
should I even waste the developer time to make content for the new player when there's only less than 1% of the player base is a new player?
Yeah, but if they're a new player, all that stuff down there you already made is
Yeah,
already
the
accessible.
previous expansions they can go through.
Correct, but will the community...
Will anybody else be doing it
Exactly.
anymore? Yeah.
Is there anybody else still doing it? Because by that point, all of that content is irrelevant, which is why in the cash shops we're offered boosts, we're offered XP pods, we're offered ways to get past all of that stuff because no one wants to do it when they've already done it 50 times before.
How many
So that
alts
new
do we
player.
have? That's not true. We
Well,
have so many alts and gone through games several times on several different characters.
Some have, but a lot of people don't. And I'm gonna, I don't want to name any names, but someone may or may not have purchased a boost recently because they wanted to be ready and have it there and not necessarily go back and do the grind again. We have multiple people who have done that in the guild right now.
My
If
community.
it's there, you're
too.
gonna buy it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, like, not everyone wants to go do it again with another alt, and that's the situation when you have thousands of players and you're 4 expansions deep, and you've got 50 new people coming into the game this month.
And
Where are
there's
those
another-
50 people going to get the groups?
And there's another problem, at least in MMOs today, right? Where, okay, let's say you have rating content at level 50, okay? But then the level cap gets raised to 60. Nobody's going to be doing the 50 raid because when they're done with 50, they're immediately leveling up to 51.
Yep.
So the 50 level raid content,
It's trivial.
it dies. Yeah. It dies because nobody even has time. They're not worried about... They don't care about that gear. They're going to get better gear by the
From
time
the
they're level
quests.
55 than they would from that raid. You see
And
what I'm saying?
developers can put more interesting things into lower level zones like Pantheon is doing. You are coming back to the zone even when you're max level because there's other content in it and it's just always growing. There's other people there.
WoW does that.
Yeah, WoW
Called
does it.
time walking. You
Right.
do
Yeah.
old dungeons, but you get relevant gear because they like buff the
So
bosses.
there's solutions.
But they also, there's a newer thing they're doing too. I forget what the heck they're calling it now. It's in addition to time walking.
But that's kind of the opposite of what I'm talking about. That wouldn't be for somebody leveling up per se. That would be for somebody who wants to be
Right,
they're
right, yeah.
really high
Right.
and they want to challenge and they want to do old content. That doesn't help a new player. You see what I'm
it
saying?
doesn't. Nope.
So that's where old raid content becomes either trivial or done just for fun because you can kick it, you can beat it so easy now.
If
You
it's
know what I
fun,
mean?
then you did it right. Then people want to come back and do it even
But-
with lower characters.
Sure, but that's not really what happens.
No,
in
and
modern
fun
MMOs.
is subjective
Like-
because
like
that would not be
we-
fun for me.
Like when we did that, and I think Final Fantasy 14 has a
I feel
decent...
like that's all we do. Our groups play classic MMOs and go through and do stuff we've done 100 times.
But we
I-
go
That's
with
what-
friends, yeah.
There's different, and
Yeah.
and we've talked about this before because the reason we're doing it is for the community component, not for the gameplay itself. And in some cases, for example, World of Warcraft, I've never played this game before, so for me,
Yeah.
World of Warcraft is brand new. EverQuest 2, I play that because we have a gaming community that has people who like to do that. So I do it for the community's perspective. Same thing with EverQuest 1. And I've been very vocal about this in my individual streams. If it weren't for the people that I play these games with, you guys and my gaming community, I would not be playing EverQuest 1 and EverQuest 2. If I was a solo player, I would go with my wife and I would go, let's try New World, let's try Lost World, let's try these new games and let's find one that we like. I love
Right.
Lord of the Rings Online as an example, and I'm still seeing
Right.
things in that game I've never seen before.
Right.
But
So you
I
do
do
have
not.
games that you come back. You have Star Wars, The Old Republic.
But
or-
because
no.
it's content I've never seen before. I'm playing the content I've never seen. I don't go
And
back and
you said the keyword solo. See, I like P99 because you have to have a group, and I like to play in a group, and I love that we have a static group.
correct. And that's what I'm getting at. I enjoy the social aspect of the game, not the game itself per se. Because I've already done Kunark, a bunch of times. I've already done Velius a bunch of times. I've rated that stuff when it was at cap, so it's not as entertaining to me now as it was then. I still get enjoyment out of it because I'm enjoying it alongside friends, but that's a different, at least from my perspective, my argument is the game content is not what interests me. It's the community component, the friends I'm playing it with who are doing that together, and therefore I'm having fun in the game doing it with my friends. Not because the game itself is providing me with all of the fun, because I get most of the fun from hanging out with my friends.
And that's the point of an MMO that we've lost in the last 20 years. Exactly everything you said, Ren.
Yep.
I have fun playing Lord of the Rings Online, Star Wars Republic, World of Warcraft, and I'm playing those with other people. I don't think we've lost that.
No,
I think that's an argument that a lot of people have, but I don't feel like we've lost that.
As in, solo is different. If you're having solo fun, you might as well play Elden Ring. That's a solo graded game. 10 million people love it. But that's a solo game. I like group games that require the group, like P99.
And I'll say something else too, because to experience what the regular person is talking about when they're complaining about that, what you have to do is not stream, make a name so nobody knows who you are.
Yep.
And go in by yourself. Don't go to a forum. Don't do the Reddit thing, or not Reddit. Don't go to the forums. Don't go anywhere. Don't get on Discord. Just log into the game and start playing, and you'll see what people are talking about.
Well,
Everybody ignores
that's
you.
Code and I up until 6 months ago.
Right, and it's a totally different world. And I forgot that. I've been streaming publicly, playing games, etc. for so long that I forgot until I had to do it, right?
So,
and then I was like, "Oh, this sucks. This is what everybody's complaining about."
I would like Maduros to talk, because I know he and I have had some really good conversations about this, because he actually is on the pro side of the matchmakers, because he doesn't stream, and he's I believe, like you said, Maduros, like you found your raid guild by just joining the matchmaking system and
yeah,
like,
last guild I raided with in World of Warcraft, I actually found through the Dungeon Finder tool. Yep.
And then you were talking about last night was a group you did where it was was it a bunch of randoms or just one or two randoms?
They were all randoms. Yeah, I inadvertently started doing the prerequisites to unlock Ogre Law, the Ogre dailies, and you have to kill these big Cyclops guys, and it takes a full group of 5. Like at level 70 to do. And I started out, the first quest you get is actually like a level 68. You have to kill a bunch of elites, and then somebody was talking in general that they were looking for help, so I started helping them. And as we were completing that, we came to the realization that all of the next steps were like, it said group 5. And we tried the first guy on our own, and it was like, no, we need more people. So we started asking around, and we got 3 more randoms to join us. And I didn't have a flying mount. So it's in Blades Edge Mountain, where you have to go up the mountain or down the mountain. So they were having to wait on me to get around the zone to get to each of these kills, including one that you have to have a flying mount to, where one of the random guys that we picked up logged in his warlock to summon me up there so I could get up there to complete it. And then we finished it as a group. Completely random people.
Which goes...
on general, you said is how that started, right?
Yeah, looking for group.
Looking for group. Yeah, looking for group tools are great because they're server based.
Yeah, we use the looking for group tool for the.
Yeah,
yep.
I think everybody's fairly down with looking for group. That's an awesome tool. Like I thought you said looking for dungeon. Like I was about to say that's random luck,
But no, the last raiding guild that I was part of in WoW was I found through looking for dungeon tool.
Which just goes in my mind to prove that there is hope. You can still find good groups. There are still social people, even if you're using the matchmaking system.
Sure.
Even though some people have had negative experiences with it, other people have had positive experiences with it, which is why I'm very much against, throwing out the baby with the bathwater type of scenario.
Well, I think most people are okay with looking for group. I think most people hate looking for dungeon with any server.
I don't mind
game.
it. It's for
You
Star Wars.
say that, dude. That
for
I'm
Star
telling
Wars:
you,
The
dude,
Republic, I've enjoyed it from Star Wars: The Republic because I
Sure.
get to play the content that I want to play when I want to play it. Now I will say, but this is
Yes,
on
that's
me.
true.
This is on me, not on the game. I have never wanted to find a guild in Star Wars: The Republic because I play that game with my brother and we play it on a casual basis. So we're fine with doing solo content most of the time and using the dungeon finder to go do the flashpoints. And we're okay with not looking for a guild. If I wanted to find a guild, it would be very easy for me to get in the dungeon finder, find a good group of people, run a good group of those people, and if they have a guild tag, simply send them a tell. Hey, are you guys recruiting? I had a lot of fun with you guys. What's your
Good
guild
luck
policy?
them even being on your server.
There is that possibility, but
It's a huge possibility. It's way less likely they'll even be from your server. That's the problem with dungeon finders.
not all
cross
dungeon
server.
finders, not all dungeon finders are cross server. So that's
right.
not an
and
argument.
I don't have a problem when it's not.
Right. So
I don't have a problem with it when it's not.
I will
my
say that for
problem
the
is
cross
to say
server, yeah.
almost everybody turns into that, right? And we saw the server community die in multiple MMOs I've played as soon as it went. First it was Dungeon Finder, and it was okay. It was still better with the looking for group, right?
Sure.
But it was quicker. You got dungeons quicker, so for the general, everybody's pretty content.
But that's not a
then
dungeon
it
finder
always
issue.
switches because there's gonna be a servers where they're like, but all right, we can't. I'm waiting 7 hours because there's not enough people on my.
But that's not a dungeon
server.
finder issue. That's a server population issue.
Yes.
And if games
Well,
did
that's true.
multi-servers like
That's
Elder
true.
Scrolls Online does, one mega
True.
server, you wouldn't have that issue. So
But then you got phasing.
right, but the point I'm getting at is that everyone
Oh my
always wants to
gosh.
make the arguments that the dungeon finder is the problem, and it's very rarely actually the dungeon finder.
There's
It's
too many-
population cybers. There's
Too many, yeah. See all these pain points. It's never one
This is-
argument.
and
It's
this is
always
the
all these
argument.
things come out.
It's
This
because
is-
they're linked.
Yeah,
and
they're
this
all
is the
linked.
developer nightmare. This is
It's
why.
a social game.
That's the point I'm trying to make. Actually, when I do these arguments, I'm trying to point out how hard it is for the developer to make people happy. That's my whole point of bringing up like all the random. Like, just think about how difficult it is to make the general populace happy because there's issues with no matter which direction you go. You're screwed. No matter what decision you decide to make, there is no perfect way to make an MMO. And that's the point I'm making. Like, the mega server, I love mega servers, think it's awesome, but then you got phasing, right?
So you love Guild
Right.
Wars too.
No, I hate Guild Wars too.
What's wrong? Hang on.
That's because of classes.
What's wrong with phasing? I haven't heard that argument.
Phasing is just annoying for one thing because, for example, you're with your friends, you log in together, you're in a group, you're in different phases. So then you got to fix that. Then there's the problem of people cheating the system using phasing to mob steal and etc. or PvP. You definitely don't want phasing. That's a big disaster. And it's lame because now you're not in an open world anymore. Now you're in multiple open worlds. So what's the difference? Why not just have servers that you can hop between like 14 does? You know what I'm
was
saying?
interesting.
What's
The
the
way
difference?
14 did that was interesting because you had perks for being on your own server, but you could
Yep.
go guest on others, and I
Yeah.
thought that was actually.
Yeah. What's the difference?
I didn't stay on there long enough to see the positive and negative, back and forth, but it was interesting.
Yeah, it is pretty good, and that was their solution to the problem of matchmaking, Dungeon Finder, right? Was because people are saying, well, now we're not a community anymore, and people are starting to act like buttholes because they know we're not on their server and they never see us again. So they're like, okay, well, how about if you could go to other servers? Now you can join a guild on any server. You know what I'm saying? So anybody you meet in a dungeon, now you can technically they can be your friends. You can go guest on their server and play. You can just stay there if you want to, you know. And to me, but because you can only do that at certain points, you can't just switch servers wherever you're standing. You know what I mean? You have to go to a specific place where the crystal is and pick to go to it and what server you want to go to. Because you got to make that conscious decision, it feels better than phasing, where it's just kind of annoying. You know, phasing, I just feel like it's annoying.
So, I mean, looking at this from the developer standpoint, the reason they add phasing is because there's no way to realistically have a server that's big enough to handle the computing power of thousands of players
Sure.
in one place. So
Sure.
you're either going to be faced with a multi-server situation or a phasing
Right.
situation. And from most
Right.
developer standpoint, the phasing solution is the less of the two evils because you can keep everybody in the same server in the same community while still allowing people to have individual space and not create a clusterfuck situation for a city or a server load.
I can't see you for some reason. It's not.
Uh,
There we go.
And I agree. We start arguing the lesser of two evils kind of arguments, and I have
Yep.
to agree with you, Ren.
Well, it's also
and it's not perfect solutions. It's the best solutions.
Well,
Right?
and
Don't let
I
perfect be
think
the
so,
enemy
too.
of a good solution.
right, but
Especially when a game first launches. I think phasing is almost mandatory so
Yes.
that people can play the game.
but
The pick
I would
system.
also say that there's nothing from my perspective. There's nothing wrong with phasing for certain aspects, such as, because I can't stand this personally, if there is a ground spawn item and I'm being forced to compete with 50 other people for that item, I'm a big fan of that item being phased so that everyone gets their own version of it so that we can all get it and go on about our business. And same thing with mobs. I like the way Elder Scrolls Online and
All right,
World of
hold on. I
Warcraft.
can evac us. Sorry. I can evac us to hand in.
Okay.
Correct. I'm also a big fan of the way they do it with ESO and WoW Retail, where everyone who tags the mob gets credit, because then you've eliminated the kill stealing, you've eliminated the rare resource that someone just ninja'd from me, you've eliminated those components from the equation, while still allowing there to be a massively multiplayer component to the game where people can be together and go do the content together and have the friendships without having it be this person ninja'd me and so on and so forth. And that's the
Right.
beauty of phasing. However, the flip side of phasing that a lot of people argue against is the I can't click on this guy for some reason, is the instanced dungeons. A lot of people don't like instanced dungeons for various reasons. I'm not one of those people, but that's part of the phasing solution, is to also provide, to release the pressure of those pain points for people, especially from a server load perspective.
Yeah,
Instance.
yeah, I agree. And I've never been against phasing. I was sometimes just to make an argument, just to point out like the opposing people, right, and just see what what the arguing is. I think phasing is only nasty when it's just some games just overdo it, and it's just like, dude, this ain't even necessary. Like they'll use it because their server sucks, and it's like, how about you just have a better networking situation here? Because we played a bunch of games that were dead, but yet we would, and we didn't like EverQuest 2. You pick which one, right? But like it would just throw you in a phase, and there'd be like 4 other people there, and then you would go to your friend would be like, I'm standing here, and you're like, oh crap, we're in different phases. Get back together, get in the same phase, and then there's like 3 people in his phase. It's like, why are there even multiple phases of this?
Right, and that's where the TLPEQ pick system is pretty cool, because it's
Yeah.
only there if there's enough people.
Yeah, it's an
If there's
it's
50
an insta
people,
spawn, yeah.
yeah, that wow, talk about a really good.
They do that in EverQuest
solution.
2 as well, but you can't pick around as easily as you can in EverQuest 1. You actually have to go to like the bell or the entry of the zone. You can't just pick over randomly. But I can also speak to this because I remember when picks were first introduced in EverQuest 1, the downside, which Nathan mentioned earlier, was that people could pick over to the next instance, or the next phase, if you would, of that zone and immediately spawn in the same place as where they picked from, which means I could go to a
But
named
they
camp.
fixed it.
They did
fixed
fix
that.
it to where now you go to the entry, which keeps people from doing that. But that
Or
was
the evac. It's an evac spot, kind of like.
correct, and those are the pressure points of the early system where they
Mhm.
were getting those birthing pains out of the way.
Right. And
I
they
would
made it.
I would definitely say that the way EverQuest 1 and EverQuest 2 have done it is a step in the right direction, because you're providing open world versions, but if there's too many people, you spawn another instance or another phase of it, and I don't think that
Without,
that's a bad thing.
yeah, without needing another server.
But you also need good developer design because, man, it's so
Yes.
aggravating. When you're in a group and you both zone in, you should be in the same freaking phase.
Yes, I
And
agree.
It
I
doesn't.
agree.
It doesn't work
That makes
perfectly
me
in
so
EverQuest
mad.
either, because a lot of because we do a lot of TLP on the weekends, and I'd say about
Okay.
90% of the time it works. There's a 10% chance that you're gonna get stuck in a random instance that's not your groups, and that kind of sucks. But it's literally a
Annoying.
5-minute timer. You go take a poop and come back, and you're good to go.
So it's like a wizard evac, 10% chance of being left behind.
Some, or the sucker.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think over time you can, you know, and I know I'm talking about Renfell and Sparoh. You get that streamer brain going, and dude, that 5 minutes sucks because you're like, well, crap, nobody's gonna watch my freaking stream for 5 minutes of me just sitting here trying to get into the group that I've already joined, but we're phased differently. It's just stuff like that irks you times 100. Because then you're letting your community down at that point, right?
Yeah, that's an engineering issue, not a.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
Not a
that's
game
not a
issue.
phasing issue. That's the design. If you're gonna do phasing,
Implementation of phasing,
do it
yeah.
right.
Yeah,
When
yeah.
you're in a group, obviously you want to play together, so you need to be in the same phase. You know.
So, Ren, do we have a hand in here? Because it says all completed. I'm
No,
not sure where
we have the
supposed to-
courier quest. The courier.
I have the Rajan's outpost deeper in. It all says completed.
Yeah,
I don't
say
I don't
completed, but
have-
I don't see turn-ins.
I don't have any completions, so you might be
Idhradlor
bugged.
Vari. Is that what you're talking about?
The Rajan outpost deeper in is the one that says the courier completed, Five Brothers completed.
No, they're not green. They don't have green marks next to them.
Why does it say completed?
It's
Some
the
of
quest
the
objective. No,
objectives.
it's the grammar.
I got it.
The grammar is
The
in.
grammar.
Yes, it's the grammar
Yeah.
because it's saying
The grammar.
complete this
Yeah.
complete this objective. It needs a green dot next to
And
it.
then yes or no, right?
Got
True
it.
or false.
Yes.
It's false.
Gotcha.
That is confusing, though.
That is.
Yeah, it said
That's what I was
completed.
thinking too. I was like, why can't I turn these in then?
And actually,
So
if you
make
look
it
at like
better.
on your quest tracker, like for example, the nature of the Ulvari has 4 different things that it wants of us, and we've only completed one, which is the Ulvari weakness completion. We still haven't done the Jinka Forest or the Legend of Lord Sang or the Jinka Wardens because we're not high enough level to do those quests yet. So yeah, we're working on the.
Why can't I fly here?
This will be the crypt. This is the courier section, and then we'll do the cripple the guards next. Actually, I think they're both in the same place if I'm not mistaken. And the 5 brothers.
Crinkled. I want to bring up something Crinkled said because this is true, and actually, I'm not gonna lie, I was begging people to help me do this one time. So don't say I'm saying I haven't that I'm innocent in this. But he says picks are abused. Guilds push numbers to get a fresh instance for
Yes.
name mobs.
Oh fuck yeah,
So
we
there
do
is
that all the
problems
time.
with anything. That's the point of our debates. I think that
There is
is
no
the
perfect
general
solution.
takeaway.
Yeah.
There's no perfect solution. There's going to be a problem no matter what design
Also-
decision you decide.
Also, why is that abuse? If my guild has the numbers to spawn our own private instance of something, why shouldn't we be allowed to? That's the benefit of having a big guild. If you want to be able to do the same, get more friends. Like it's like I don't see that as being an abuse, so to speak. Although it is, from some people's perspective, it's an unfair advantage. But I think you could say the same thing of anybody who has a large group of friends as well.
Yeah.
It's easier for them to get a group. It's easier for them to do quests. It's easier for them to get their epics. Well, go
And
join
you
a
know
guild.
what? I have to agree with that. And now I'm not arguing from anybody. I'm arguing from my perspective. This
Right.
is something that's irked me for many, many years with MMOs. Is that we have this general conception that everything needs to be 100% fair. I
Bullshit.
don't think so.
Yeah, I
But
don't
for
think
example,
so either.
I think it should be perfectly okay for an MMO to put a super, super rare drop in a game that is uber as hell. And I mean, like it's a chess piece that changes that super hard raid content into, for that one player, easy as pie. But they got the RNG, super rare spawn. I don't care how they got it. They camped it for freaking months, whatever, and they finally got it. They deserve to be crazy above the crowd, and that makes people look at them, that item, and it's legendary. You know what I mean? And I don't see the problem with that.
That's why I am always in favor of that top tier raid structure, because there needs
Yeah.
to be the Mount Everest for people to climb, and the
Yeah.
people who put in the time and the effort to get to that point, and who can complete the challenge of doing that together with a group, and you
Yep.
know, all the factors that come together in that, they should be rewarded for that. It shouldn't
And
be
they
for
used to
everyone.
do stuff like that. There was that one sword in EverQuest. It was just stupid OP. But it was also rare as hell. It's the one, the sort of,
1,000 Truths. No, that's the one from
yeah, that's from
South Park.
South Park. I love that. But there was a sword. They put it in WoW. They changed the spelling a bit. Obviously not with the stats it had in EverQuest, but like, but that got patched out, you know. And it's just like, why not though? As long as it's super rare, you know what I mean? And it's not common enough to where you can just make it a requirement. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just be like, okay, if you want to raid with us, you got to get this item. Like, no, it's too rare. Like, hardly anybody will have it. You know what I mean? I just don't see the issue with that. And I think we need that. I think that makes your MMO really cool, you know? To just be in the world where you know it's possible, that you might get something. You might be that lucky guy, right? You won't be, but just knowing that you might be,
Well,
you know?
you're describing the lottery. Everybody wants to play the lottery. Very
Yes.
few will win it. But
Yes.
you like to play it because
But
there's
it's
so you're
fun.
saying there's a chance.
Yeah, you're saying there's a chance, right? Like the that's one of my favorite lines from
Yeah.
Dumb and Dumber.
1 in a million.
What's the goal? 1 in a million, Bob?
So you're saying there's a chance.
I don't see the issue.
Right.
That's more fun of using the lottery brain, the lottery section of our brain, than loot boxes.
Very addictive. Yeah, yeah.
So
What call
I
it,
didn't
too.
get a chance to answer this earlier. Crinkle said in my chat, he says, I like group games that also have a lot of solo content. So I think the video went out while we were playing. I think at 9 I had it to go out. But I did a video on the 5 things I love about World of Warcraft Classic, because I'm having a hell of a good time here. And one of the things that I talked about was, this goes back to talking about earlier, I was saying I love Star Wars Republic, Lord of the Rings Online, because I can go in there and just do things on my own. I do love the group component, and that's something that I talk about in this game, is that one of the things I love is the fact that there is so much to do that I can log on, find something to do until the time when I have group mates. And then there's also that to do. And oh, by the way, there's also raid content. And oh, by the way, there's also achievements. And oh, by the way, there's also fishing. And oh, by the way, there's also cooking. And oh, by the way, there's also this, and this.
Yes.
That's one of the
But is there
reasons.
this?
That's one of the reasons I am 100% against games that try to do the forced grouping for everything, where it's like, no, you got to have a group. It's group-based gameplay. It's great to have group-based gameplay that enhances the world, but there should also be plenty of things for someone to do, solo content, to be able to go out and enjoy themselves. If they just want to log on for a couple hours with coffee, or they're waiting for their friends because they can only play on Friday nights, this game does that exceptionally well because there is a ton of content to do.
I agree. But I want to ask, what games do group-based only? Because I can't think of a single one ever. Not ever, but today.
So that's why I'm
think of
saying
one.
that's one of the reasons I go back to the fallacy of, I've heard arguments made for certain games that are in development. People want group, they want, it's easy to be group.
Want it.
It needs to be
okay.
group.
Want
It
it,
needs
but
to be
that's
group.
not what the game's doing.
Hang on, let me
Right.
finish. I understand that's not what the games are doing. But there are certain people who want that, and I think all anyone has to do is look at P99, and the fact that they never have more than 1,000 people playing their game. That's the proof positive that that type of gameplay isn't relevant in the world we live in, because that's 100%. Yes, you can roll a Necro or a Druid, and you can solo a little bit in EverQuest 1 old school P99, but for the most part, that game is designed that you need a group to do everything past like level 4 or 5.
I like it.
Well, and there's nothing wrong with liking it. I'm saying though that to have a game that forces that on everybody would create a game where only 1,000 people would want to play it.
And my point is, maybe we all really think we want group game MMOs, but really everybody wants a solo. But that's why Elden Ring sold 20 million copies, because it's a solo game, and everybody loves the solo.
Well, I think there's something to be said for what they've done with Star Wars: Old Republic as an example, where it's a solo storyline game with optional group content. Because I think a lot of games do that, and they do fairly well for themselves, because they do give you that solo environment, but they also give you the chance to go do group stuff if you want to. But you're also not wrong in the sense that console games, Red Dead Redemption 2, Assassin's Creed games, that they all sell 15, 20 million copies. Cyberpunk 2077, Witcher 3. And those are solo experiences. There's a quest giver walking towards us, FYI.
Oh, cool.
So
Yeah,
I think you're right in
my-
the sense that so many people. Sorry, I'll shut up. Like I agree with Bounty in that a lot of people say they want group content.
Well,
But
how
do
can
they
they
really?
prove? But here's the deal. Crinkle just said it in chat. This is very true. They can't. We can't prove with numbers anything because nobody's done it.
What do you mean?
There is no example. Name a game. Name a game since Final Fantasy 11 that was group only.
I can't think of one.
There's
well,
not one.
hang on. I'm failing to see.
There's not even one today.
Hang on.
Besides EverQuest P99, but that's old.
What does he mean
You
by?
have to play a 20-year-old
people
game.
people who want group-based gameplay, they just want a new game.
No,
they're
rewind.
Sick of playing for 20+ years the same game.
He's
A
saying
lot
that
of
you
them.
can't prove with numbers, and that's not true.
No, that's not what he said. That's what I'm saying. You
Oh.
cannot prove with numbers because you don't have the data to do
I
that.
I have the
What,
data.
tell me, where is it?
Which
Where is it?
game?
Where'd it come? What's the game? There isn't one.
You can look. Well, maybe we're talking about different data
There's no
sets
game.
because
Group only combat, group only gameplay MMO. Go. Which one? You're gonna have to dig way back. You're gonna dig back 15,
It's
20
not a-
years.
um
There hasn't been one. Nobody's done it.
yeah, I want to continue this conversation, but my lumber just arrived, so I have to
Oh,
AFK
yeah,
and help
yeah.
Chris get everything unloaded. So I'll be back.
Yeah.
And
So
I'm gonna
that's-
follow on Maduros.
But that's the argument. Is like we've not gotten a chance to prove how popular that would be. Now Pantheon's not doing that. There's gonna be options. You can. It's gonna be
Yes.
way slower. I'm not arguing that for Pantheon. I'm just saying we can't argue that doesn't work because there is no data for that.
You're absolutely right, Nathan, because every MMO puts in so much solo content.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So
That you
I'm not
can't even
saying I even
find group
agree with it.
content.
I don't think it would work. That's just me thinking to me, like you're gonna have to say, sure you can solo, just take way longer, blah blah blah. I think Pantheon's doing the right thing. I'm not arguing against it. But I'm not gonna agree that it doesn't work because we don't know if it does or not. We haven't done it.
Absolutely. We think in theory,
Yes.
on paper.
It feels like it. Yeah.
feels like it, right. But we can't point to 10 MMOs that are group only and see they failed.
Right.
You can't even, like you said, you can't even point to one MMO and say,
Nope.
look, it failed.
Nope. You can't because it didn't exist. Everybody
Exactly.
started switching to that, even the old MMOs, because World of Warcraft hit numbers nobody had ever seen before.
Yeah.
Therefore, but it's not like EverQuest wasn't doing good before. It was the king. You know, it was the king of MMOs until World of Warcraft knocked it off its throne. And that was the big argument. People, you know, is it an EverQuest clone? That's what people used to say. And then it became WoW clone because they started hitting millions, you know?
Yep.
So then everybody just assumed, well, I'm tired of getting 100, 200,000 players when I could get millions like World of Warcraft, you know?
Yeah.
And that was it. We never looked back. No other company ever even tried to do that. So we don't have any data on that. We really don't know.
Well,
We
because
think we
everyone's
know.
afraid of niche. Everyone's afraid of that word niche, right? They want to be the big WoW clone that attracts way more players because it's a more varied fan base. You have everything in it,
Very
but-
true.
but there's no like solid group content now. Everything is just like EQ2 and Lord of the Rings Online. You can just do solo content. We have a hard time even finding group content to do.
Yeah.
That was so annoying.
Yeah.
You try to do quests, you try to do the dungeons, everything is so easy.
Yep. It's a problem. And it's like, and what ends up happening is the whole, even if it doesn't start this way, the development cycle begins naturally leaning towards solo because it's the easier path. So you, in my opinion, you can't make solo be just as simple and easy and fast as group play, right? Mainly what I'm talking about here is speed of leveling up or nobody will do the group because it takes more
Right.
effort to make a group. You know, you gotta
Yeah.
socialize. You know, you gotta ask people. So everybody would just solo.
You shouldn't be penalized for grouping.
No. And people argue you shouldn't be penalized for soloing. Well, yeah, you should, because that takes less effort, right? All you gotta
Yep.
do is just log on and go do something, right?
Yeah.
Play Elden Ring if you want to play by yourself.
Yeah, it takes more effort to get in a group, and you should be rewarded for that. And that means that soloing it isn't as good as grouping, and it shouldn't be, in my opinion.
Yeah, part of that though is a circular argument. Like Bounty just said, if you want to play single player, go play Elden Ring. Well, I'll argue, if you want a hardcore death mechanic, go play Elden Ring or some solo game. Doesn't need to be in an MMO. I don't need to be punished when I die.
Sure.
And I think the challenge of group-based gameplay doesn't have to include a lot of elements that a lot of people talk, well, not a lot, but a few people talk about. I definitely think a lot of the stuff that we discuss were in games that were developed a while ago, but over time the developers developed it out of their game because it was a barrier of entry for a lot of people.
Okay.
You know, they wanted to be more popular. I mean, that's what led to stuff like Dungeon
Yep.
Finders.
Yep.
and-
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
It's true.
And it does work because it is more accessible.
Mm-hmm.
And as you're fixing one problem, a lot of times you do unintended,
Sure.
consequences happen,
Oh,
and you
yeah.
break something else
Yeah.
that you never meant to. But you're still fixing that first problem, and you have to fix it. And you're like, oh, we'll live with this side effect because we're fixing the
Yeah.
original symptom.
Yeah, and then it's hard to go back because that was so
Yes.
convenient that
Yes.
now you can't take it away. So, like,
Like
re-
flying mounts
Like
in
flying mounts.
Vanguard.
yeah, like,
Yep.
dude, people are gonna be mad when this
Oh my
game
gosh.
when this server's at launch and they take those away. Dude, people are gonna be pissed.
Yeah. So I get it. You're solving one problem
And
and,
that-
introducing two others.
That's the situation I feel like Retail WoW's in right now. Is like, how do you fix this mess now, right? Like, how do you go back to the good old days, right? Like, is it even possible? I don't know.
It might not be possible. That's the problem. That's why no
Get
one
the
can
amount of
do it.
numbers that you need to support an MMO. Maybe it's not possible.
Yeah. Maybe you need to be the N-word, niche.
Yeah.
Niche.
But what investor is going to sit down in your pitch room and go, "Oh, you're making an MMO like WoW? No, we're thinking niche. We're thinking tens of thousands of people, not millions. Oh, yeah, no, I'm taking my checkbook back."
yeah, that's
Yeah.
very true.
Yeah, that is true.
Well,
Maybe-
that's also why you got so many indie people trying to do it. But again, building an MMO is huge. So with a small team, that's going to take longer than people are willing to wait.
Yeah.
Or be able to live. In my case,
For the neck bears, yes.
Right?
my hands are getting arthritic already.
Yeah, and by the way, guys, I'm not talking about Classic WoW. I'm talking about retail. I try to always see retail, but I'm not sure if I always do. I think Classic WoW right now is in a pretty good spot.
It's a nice
yeah.
balance.
It's
is fun.
convenient, but it's not so convenient that, like, I always want to get a group when I'm out. Even when I'm by myself, I'm trying to catch up with Sparoh last night, for example. I was in a group at least 25 to 30% of that time because other people are doing the quest. So we would group up and we'd do it together. I think it's a decent balance. It's too theme parky for me to say that, like, it's one of the best MMOs of all time. But for right now, today, and the next few months, oh, it's a blast, and I'm
It
loving
is addictive. Like
It is
both
very
Renfail
addictive.
and myself, I can say at least think it's like we want to be on all the time. We're
I
thinking about
do
it.
too. I do too. Now it's hit me that way.
Yeah.
Everything now has become Okay, but when do I get to play WoW Classic
That's a
again?
good sign. That's
that
a good
really
sign.
is.
Mhm.
And
And,
I
you
haven't
know,
felt that way in a long time.
right.
either.
And when you've been starving for 20 years and someone offers you a cracker, you're like, this is the best cracker I've had in a
Yes.
long time.
Very true. Very true.
It's not awesome, but it still tastes good.
It's good enough. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like
it'll do.
It'll do,
Yeah.
and it feels good. I'm like, you know what? It was the class changes that drove
Yeah.
me over the edge.
Oh
the
my
edge.
gosh. And
It
flight.
was awesome.
Flight. I love flight.
I'm not allowed to admit that.
Right, you can't say that or you lose viewers. I think you have a VR NDA.
I got an NDA on talking about flights.
Yeah.
So in D&D last night, you know, they're playing in the sort of coast, and they're level 9, and they're traveling all over the place. You know what I'm saying? And it's just, you know, why waste 3 hours of an entire us all getting together on them traveling across the freaking map, you know? So the campaign's built where at some parts griffins just take you to the beginning of that next set of the adventure, right?
Ah.
And Ronix with me. And when I was explaining to him that they got there on their griffins, he was like, I just want to point out that I'm against flying mounts. I was like, bro, I promise you do not want me to roleplay you traveling 650 miles in D&D.
That's funny.
It won't be as adventuresome as you think.
Yeah. Hey, there's a balance, and striking that balance is the hardest part. And
Yes.
we like to just do the absolutes. Well, the pendulum on this side or this side is the only solution. Might be the easier way to code it, but that's not ideal.
Oh, that wasn't named. I was
Oh,
wondering why.
yeah, it's 3-star, yeah.
That's a good drop there.
For who?
Tanky, I think.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, heavy.
There you go.
Oh, that reminds me. I linked a chess piece. Was that any good for you? 8 strength, 6 constitution. It probably isn't, but I didn't want to sell it in case it was.
Oh,
72.
Wait a minute.
Helium link
That's-
chest.
8.
That's a lot of hit points.
That's exactly what dropped. So I got one.
Oh, you already have one.
Yeah, weird. That's
Yeah,
the
this one-
exact piece that dropped.
Here, I'll link it because it's not named that. It's named that.
Oh. I don't need it.
Oh,
Okay.
It's medium.
Yeah, it is. That's why I wasn't.
Yes,
didn't
you're
think-
just checking.
Yeah,
because
just
of the
checking.
strength. And the con. All right. Far west of Texas, out in the middle of nowhere, if you come across a hotel called the Little Dew Hotel, and you're thinking about stopping, don't. It's a little piece of advice for everybody who travels.
Reputation matters.
We need Courier of the Setting Sun. Gotta read some orders or something.
is that here where we're at?
I don't know. I think Ren said the courier was while we were here, but I don't know.
Oh, there's some building. Do we want to check the buildings over this way?
Okay, I just pulled, but then we'll check the buildings.
Yeah. We should buff up too. I noticed we're running out of buffs. Yeah.
Good call.
Oh, it's the yellow pallor crystal.
Do we need that for a quest?
I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
Oh.
Alright, we hit 11 o'clock. Did we started a bit late though, right?
A little bit, but not much.
Mm. Oh,
Is
there's
a
a name.
current is a current area we're at called the Rajan Outpost?
No, I have to look. Man, let's see. I don't know.
I was just reading the courier quest that says we need to be in the Rajan Outpost.
Thought that's where we were. Yeah. That's where we are.
Okay.
So we have to figure out where the courier is. Yeah, we're in Kojin, I think. Yeah.
So, the island is called Blighted Lands.
So if we're looking for a courier, maybe we need to find a mailbox. Where's the post office in this joint? Can we go inside? Ooh, we can.
Necklace.
Necklace. Necklace Fuja.
Necklace Vegeta.
Who are we fighting first? The names or
The necklace.
necklace?
That's a. Wonder how you ended up with that nickname.
So
Corpse of
that was one.
Necklace.
Vegeta was slain. That's the five brothers.
Oh.
That was
Ah.
Okay, so it is here. Just keep
Gomi,
killing everything.
Sakura, Sudo, and Yoshi.
Can't believe he just walked in the house and killed Vegeta. And he was necklace.
Was asking for it.
Poor guy. What a disability.
Yeah,
Necklace.
that'd be rough, dude.
Can't turn your head.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to do 2 monitors because you have to like move your whole body.
Your whole body.
You have to be like, let me see what chat's
You'd be
saying.
like-
Let me spin my chair here.
Isn't that? Couldn't remember Man at Arms and He-Man? Wasn't he necklace?
I think you're right. I think he was.
All right, I'm
Forgot about
back.
that guy.
Are there drops
Why
we
is-
need from here? Because I see.
I think I don't know, to be honest.
It's like we're looking for the
Just been
orders, and which maybe drop. And then we're
Names.
supposed to kill the,
We killed one of the five brothers.
and then we need to find the courier. Okay. All right. Sorry guys, that was I'm all sweaty now, but I have all my lumber for the Lotro chicken coop, and I got all the lumber for the basic structure for the cat shelter. So putting
Nice.
everybody's fundraising to good use. Finally getting all that stuff delivered.
Awesome.
Ugh. I need a beer now.
I see another building up this way.
Where's the conversation at now, by the way?
Necklace.
Yeah,
We're
mostly-
talking about how Man at Arms might have been necklace.
Oh, without a neck, like a neck man.
Yeah, because we just fought a mob named Necklace Fujita.
Oh, I do want to circle back really quick to the point that was being made when I had to step away, which is that there's no data. There actually
There's
is,
not.
but
Okay.
but
From where? From where?
Here, hang on. This is what I have to. There is a caveat to all of this. The reason no one is willing to make a game that only has group-based content is because the data points that they have from the last time anyone did it suggest that it's not worth anyone's time because there's not a big enough audience to justify the millions of dollars that it costs to develop an MMORPG. Whereas you can justify a $20 million, $30 million, $40 investment into building a game that has lots of solo content, cash shops, and etc. because you're guaranteed an ROI. No one's willing to take the risk because there's not a proven modern audience that would consume it. So the data points are about 10 years old at this point.
I would agree, and their data, there's a lot of feelings there, not data. Data suggests that MMOs were growing way faster than they thought they were from the very beginning when it was very group-centric. And then a big brand released an MMO that allowed solo-friendly content. And because of the brand and because of the identity, people, that's a fact. There is data that absolutely proves that people are playing World of Warcraft when it's vanilla and had never played an MMO before, period. Right?
And that was just brand recognition. That's kind of like
Right.
Coca-Cola.
That's
you know,
brand. Yeah. And then nobody tried it ever again to do grouping based. Now, I'm not saying it would work. I think you do need to allow. I didn't know you died. We need. There has to be a small avenue. I just think there should be a penalty. I think you should get an advantage for grouping, and this just shouldn't be as fast solo. I think that discourages grouping when it is. That's all I believe. I think there has to be a path for it. Just it's slower, you know. You're going to be killing greens, for example, instead of yellows, you know.
And you know, you make a valid point, Ren, and I think that's why that was the disconnect with Smeedley and Brad, because Smeedley was all about the, you know, the maximum people and mobile and all that stuff. And Brad
he's
was
got
like,
to
no,
justify
no, I
it,
want to do niche, and that's why he used the word niche. And it's not going to bring the investors, like you said. The investors want to make maximum money, not minimum.
Yep.
Of course. Yeah, of course they do. And I don't blame them for that. Why wouldn't you, right? I'm going to dump all this money in. I want to get my return, you know? I'm not just sitting a donation. You know what I mean?
Right.
This is an investment. I'm expecting something back from this. So I don't blame them for even being that way. But and it's easier to prove things when you can say, well, look at this game, that game, the third that have done similar. But the problem is now we're chasing our own tail. And how many of those MMOs? I mean, the Old Republic, what was 200 million to develop, if I remember right, somewhere in that ballpark.
Wow.
Which one?
They almost didn't make it. They almost didn't make it. They almost didn't turn a profit.
Star Wars Old Republic was it's 250 million.
Yeah.
Wow.
They almost didn't make it. And they were following the strategy. So it's like, sometimes you chase your tail too long and, you know, you're going to finally catch it. And then what? You know, like there's
because when Star Wars Old Republic launched, I don't know if anybody there's a big building up on the hill. Have you guys been in there yet?
I don't think so.
Probably not.
Hey, there's the courier.
Nope.
Yep, right there. So when Star Wars Old Republic launched, it had a small, and I mean small, component of. It was about like World of Warcraft Classic. It had a handful of quests that you could do on your own, which were your class quests, and then there were some world quests. But there was also a ton of quests on the planets that required small groups of 2 to 3 people, and then there were the flashpoints, which required more. And within the first 2 years, I think, it went free to play and got rid of all that group content and made it all, you know, because they weren't getting the numbers they needed to support a $250 million development cycle. And they had done all the things that they were supposed to do in terms of, don't forget to read those orders, by the way, from the quest that you just got.
At the body, read the orders, yeah.
They didn't get the numbers that they thought they were going to get because not enough people wanted group-based gameplay. It was like, oh shit, you know, we got to have more solo ability.
Nathan, don't forget to loot this guy.
So the Regine order, you gotta go into your bag and right-click it to read it.
Right.
The only thing left is finding the name.
What quest are you looking at?
The 5 brothers.
I still have Gomi, Sakuru, and Yoshi to kill.
Yep. Still gotta find those guys. Might be in this house.
Maybe they're having some tea.
Not for
They'll
long.
kick the door in.
Tell you what would make tea hard to do? Not having a neck. That'd be really weird.
Use a straw.
A nicked Great Maul. Anyone want a 8 Constitution, 94 hit points Great Maul?
Now, I haven't looked at the ESO numbers in a long time, but I think the last time I paid attention, it was in the ballpark of 20 million had purchased the game, and active was a couple
Hold
million.
on.
Yeah.
Who's this Theophilus? Is that something we need, or
What do you
Not that
say
I
that?
know of.
right here?
He's not on
I
any
think
of
he's
these
got
quest
a rock
trackers.
in his shoe. He's limping.
Yeah.
Dude, that's a person who has been a keeper for too long. This is Theric's future.
Looking
Sorry,
at-
Theric, but
He's just talking gibberish too. I can't understand him.
Looking at
He
ESO,
knows too much lore.
because I don't
Doesn't
play
have a
ESO, and some of you
lift anymore.
do.
Okay.
ESO is free to play with an optional sub. It has a ton of solo content and
Buy to play.
optional. Sorry, buy to play.
Yeah.
Buy to play with an optional sub, and then the solo content is the bulk of the content with optional group play, and it pulls in very solid numbers. Again, I haven't looked in a couple years, so it might have gone down. The last I knew,
You're close enough. Yeah. Nobody knows for sure because they don't release the numbers anymore.
right?
But roughly, yeah, and it feels right when you log in
Yeah.
because there's multiple phases and they're all filled with people doing stuff. And
So if
no matter what level you are, you're gonna see other people running around doing the same things you are.
Right. So looking at a game like that sold 20 million copies and retains a 10% player base, that's a fairly successful game, and I would
Sure.
argue that that's a model that one could look at and say, hey, this works. We know that this works.
War noise.
And we can do something like this with another IP, another lore, another world. I would also argue that they're, like it or not, when I had a conversation with Rich and then also meeting with Richard Garriott and stuff, the big thing that a lot of people took away from the monetization of ESO is the fact that their crafting bag works from driving a monetization standpoint. That crafting bag absolutely drives subscriptions.
I agree.
Oh, it's genius.
It's a big deal.
It is a genius monetization move. And I know you see some players who are like, well, it just sucks that I have to pay for it. Well, not really. I mean, it's a brilliant. It keeps
There's a
the
guy
game
here.
alive, you know.
It's a subscription.
I think it's a
stream.
name. Name. I'm gonna die.
And I love bag space, so I will
Yeah.
pay for it every
Mhm.
time.
Who doesn't want more bags? You know, it's like
Yeah.
it's a brilliant monetization structure.
These doors remind me of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the movie.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah.
The doors open. Aww.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, got one.
There's the last name we need.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
So also, World of Warcraft has moved away for at least for retail, it's subscription only. You don't have to buy a box anymore. You can just load up, pay a subscription, and get access to everything up to the current expansion, if I'm not mistaken. Which
Wait,
is another
World of Warcraft Classic. Is that
retail.
what you're talking about?
Retail.
Oh, retail. Yeah, you buy the newest one. Yeah.
Well, you don't have to. You can pay a monthly sub and get access to 100% of the game up to the recent expansions. So instead of having to spend $60 to get in, you can spend 15, and you get access to all of the game's content until you hit the cap.
the newest, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's also a brilliant monetization structure.
Are we handing in?
And that's to me, that's the gold standard now. You can't get away with this.
Hold up.
You got to buy all the expansions. You know.
Spirit.
Get
of
on your horse,
Sulu.
Bunny. Oh. Bounty knows what he's doing. Unless the hand-in's here.
Click.
No, I
Oh,
was
man.
reading a quest because we had another quest
The
that
power
we may
crystal?
have. Yeah, no, there's
Did
one
we
called the
miss that?
Spirit of Tsalsu, which we may have missed back at the other place, but it's fine.
Oh, power crystal destroyed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we missed that somehow.
That yellow crystal we were looking at?
Is that what it was?
Maybe.
I was so enchanted by the chat.
Mazdul. Gotcha.
Or the chat.
I was enchanted by our chat.
Yeah.
Missed out on a quest.
Yeah. I was more worried about my neck beard growing another millimeter.
It's already getting unwieldy.
Well, at least you have a neck, right?
Yeah, dude. Oh my gosh, they couldn't even neck beard. I didn't even think of that. Just be a chest hair at that point.
Yeah. All right, I got the 2 here. Was there somebody else? Yes, outside.
I'm got Spirit of Talsu and 3 out of the 4 for the Raijin outpost deeper in.
Oh, so they're correcting us in chat. I didn't know this. I actually thought what Renfield said was 100% accurate. Apparently, it's up to the last 2 expansions, so you can buy a box set with BFA and what's Shadowlands included.
Gotcha.
Close though. It's the price of a box, a game, and you're caught up. But you can play for free up until you get to that point, right? They got rid of it used to be level 20. You could play level 20
no, it's
for free.
all the way up to whatever is the most recent expansion that they're letting you play to. So.
And Classic though, you just pay a subscription.
Yep.
You got Classic. Period.
So. Question real quick on this Spirit of Talsu quest. The Spirit of Talsu says, I am Talsu, a scout without supplying leaves. My spirit is here somewhere in the camp. But I don't know where that's at.
I think that's where we were at.
Yeah, it says to destroy the crystal.
Yeah, it was a 3-ring yellow crystal.
Where? That's what
That's where we were.
Oh, I was AFK for a long time.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we saw one. It's yellow in color.
All right, so somehow we have to. Okay, so we have to go back to that area. I don't have it tracked anymore. That was the. Anybody know where that was?
No.
All right. Well.
That's another problem with flying. I have no idea where I'm at ever.
It might be.
Is it the Raijin outpost?
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's on my map.
Yeah, it's on mine too.
Okay.
So is it ahead of us here?
It's kind of west.
Yeah, I am west. I see somebody flying around. So we're looking for a yellow.
Yeah, it was like a yellow 3-circle crystal.
Okay.
And it was outside.
Oh, it's over here.
Big.
The red crystal.
Found it.
Okay.
No. It's
No,
yellow.
over here.
Oh, there it is. Gotcha.
Good eye.
Beast Lord is a good option.
I think this is where we fought Necklace.
Yes.
Yeah, it was. Yep. Because that yellow crystal. I think he's in that building right over there, actually. Poor guy would look out the window, but he can't. All right, what are we trying to do here, though?
We gotta destroy that power crystal.
Oh, okay.
Anybody a wisdom light armor?
I'm wisdom medium.
Oh, yes, 11 wisdom chest armor dropped loot.
I just got one that was medium 14 whiz.
Nice.
Yeah, that was a good one. Whoa.
Oh, they don't want us attacking that thing.
Family heirloom.
Okay, got it down.
Hey, did I have to click it? I saw something update.
No, it just once it's destroyed, it should have updated for everybody. The Spirit of Talsu quest.
So that's weird. The Spirit of Talsu looks like it's complete, but it's not doing the
not
4th green dot for the
'Cause you haven't-
Raiju outpost.
You haven't turned it in yet.
Oh, you gotta hand it in, right.
Well, then you don't need to be green because you've already handed it in.
I know, it's kind of weird.
It's kind of weird,
I can
isn't it?
evac us. Nobody
Oh.
wants my
Oh,
evac.
Wait, I'm coming.
That's another problem with flying is you
I
forget
want
about
some
evac.
evac boost.
Yeah, see? My evac, my ports are no longer needed.
I'm just gonna point out all the problems with flying for the rest of the stream.
Yep, there you go.
Because it's fun.
You're just trying to hurt me.
But then when I log back in WoW, I will gladly hop back on
Right.
and fly. To all my quests.
Well, the question is,
And I'll drink my Coca-Cola and smile at my hypocrisy.
where is the
You.
guy that we talked to?
Oh,
hand
was
it?
he the one that was wandering around where we just were, though? Is
I don't
that who gave
remember.
us that one?
I don't remember. It might have been.
Oh, no. Oh, and I'm stuck on the ground again. I need to fall. Can I sit? Will that work?
Hey, how do you get off? How do you get your horse off the ground when you're stuck like that?
I usually go up a mountain and fall.
All right. Oh, there it went. That totally, I just ran up the steps right there and it broke it. Getting stuck in the nav mesh is what that is.
Wait, where'd you guys go?
I'm inside the
Let's
buildings.
see.
So if we're going back to where we just came after bounty evac, this is that a premature evacuation?
Dun 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 dun.
Could
I
be.
think it is. I think it is.
I got all excited about using it.
Well, you waited so long to get to use it. I mean,
That's right.
That's what happens.
Yeah.
that's what happens.
Looking
If
for
it happened every day, it wouldn't never happen. You know.
Trying to-
That's a good excuse for you guys. I just gave you a freebie.
Oh, found him. Yep,
That's
it's
what she
totally this
said.
dude. It's totally this dude.
Is it Derek?
I bow to you, adventurer.
I bow to you, adventurer.
Where are you guys? Ah, I'm getting guys.
We have them hailed and it stopped this progress. So if you just come to us.
Gotcha.
My spirit is forsaken.
I like these cool-looking shards viewing out of the earth.
So can I evac now?
No, we're missing someone.
Yeah, missing me. I just now found you guys. I was distracted. Okay, I'm here.
You're watching the
Like I said,
continuation because we were playing WoW earlier, and now
So
we're
now we
playing
have the other one.
the
that
Vanguard
hopefully
emulator.
hands in at the fork, right?
Yeah, and I think now we turn back in at those two guys.
So now I can evac.
I think so.
Yes, please.
Good day.
Nope.
Alright, he has a new quest called the Rajin Masters.
Oh, it just wasn't lit up. Yeah,
Go to the hole
see him
just
now?
north of here.
except I can't click on him.
Always
Too many people
I
in my
need a
MMO.
different. I need a different pick.
We need to phase over.
I really do. I can't click on them.
All right, I'll back up.
Go to that
Too many
hole
horse.
just north of here. It's
Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember when Asmongold tried to play 14 and the community was trying to block him from playing? They would pile up on the NPCs so he couldn't click them.
Yeah.
Gosh.
It was like a
The whale
protest.
mounts.
They were protesting them. Yeah, with the big whale mounts just sitting on the NPCs. That was ridiculous. And they're like, we have the best community.
Yeah.
That
Yep.
seems not so good to me.
That's what made it even funnier.
Mhm.
Like, we can't let Asmongold play because we're such a good community.
We're so welcoming and
We're
inclusive.
so welcoming that we can't allow Asmongold. Like, what is going on here? Oh,
Is
yeah,
this-
that's a
Is
good
this
point.
a good spot to pause? Or
Yeah, I
what?
mean it probably is because the next point I don't even know where we got to go yet. It just says go north of here, but we don't have a waypoint to it, so it might be on another island. I don't know. So this is as good as point of any. Although, I would argue for using the Rift to go back to a place where we get rest XP, because we were not getting rest XP in this little outpost.
Oh. All right. Where should we go?
No?
Okay, yeah, good point, man. Let's get that rest XP.
Actually, we could always just do Rift 1 and go back to the Newbie Island.
Hey, what's this?
Where are we?
What's
Come
this?
here.
I'd like to summon my earthly remains. What does that do?
Well, if you have a corpse somewhere in the... Oh, wait, are we at the bind and not the Rift? My bad. No, wait, that's the Rift.
Yeah, I'm at the. You gotta click the actual crystal, not the front part, not the altar part. The crystal.
Oh, he's clicking on like the little door looking thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Window. Pane glass window looking thing.
Yeah, I don't know where there's an inn, so maybe just do the Rift.
Where's the rift?
Just type /say .rift space 1. Here, I'll type it in chat here real quick. That'll send you back to the Newbie Island, and then we get rest XP. Because we can always rift back when we're ready to continue.
That's not right. I didn't do it right.
I'm typing
What is it
now.
again?
I'm typing
Dot
it now.
rift space and then do a space and then one. Yeah, without the slash.
Somewhere in here
What
you
you
get
did.
rest XP. I just don't remember where exactly. I know I was getting rest XP in Tersh Village.
Yeah, it's probably in that big building or at that place right before you leave this zone. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, either that or where all the crafting stuff is. Yep. No.
Oh.
Yep. Here it is. Right here. It just showed up on my. It's the over your character avatar. There's like a to the left of your icon. There's a little thing that pops up that says outpost. You are in an outpost camping hero. Will result in additional rest.
Oh, in the crafting building, you said?
No, just somewhere here. You'll notice there's an icon to the left of your avatar on the top left.
Oh.
And it says you're in an outpost. Camping here will result in additional rest. So that's the. I swear that icon looks different when you're solo versus when you're in a group.
Maybe because we're gaining group rest? I don't know.
No, here it is. If you leave the group, just for your own FYI, leave the group real quick and you'll see what I'm talking about. There's like a. Never mind. I'm stupid. Ignore me.
It's the same.
No, it's the same. There's like a different icon that's for the looking for group thing, not the icon. But it is that thing.
It looks like a gray little helm.
Maybe, or like a man flexing or something. I can't really tell.
Yeah.
And before we go, I'd like to say for all the viewers on the multiple channels, this group actually does agree on all the base core things about MMOs. But
Yeah.
we just love to squabble over the fine details.
Well,
because it opens up discussion and it's interesting.
It's friendly debate, and there's nothing
Yeah.
wrong with friendly debate. As long as
Right.
everyone can walk away at the end of the day and not have their feelings hurt and still be friends, that's the most important component to
That's
it,
right.
because it allows us to have great conversations for the purpose of the stream and also to push thought processes forward and not stagnate on old ideas like so many other developers
Yep.
would like to.
And Maduro's, eased me a little further to his side of the thing with his comments about they changed it for a reason. And I was thinking that's fair.
Yeah, it is
You
fair.
know? Yeah.
And it was a good solution. I've always said that. Obviously, World of Warcraft didn't say, let's add dungeon finders across different servers
To
so that
ruin
we
the
kill the
game.
community, right?
Right.
Like that was they did
Never.
it because it was a solution to people saying it takes too
A
long
real
for
problem.
me to get
Yes.
a group. Yeah.
Mhm. And it solved a real problem.
It did
but
solve it. Yeah.
And by the
it
way,
should
I
be
love
unintended
the
consequence.
current iteration they have in Wrath right now is brilliant. Like, it is a really good solution because you can flag yourself
think
as
so.
a specific type, and then it puts you in, and then it can match you, and you don't get fast travel options, but it's pretty cool to be able to flag yourself as a specific type and say, I'm and you're getting looking for groups that have a need for that type, which is not the same thing as an instant teleportation matchmaking.
Very different.
Absolutely.
Yep.
There's
Very
there's a
different.
gradient level of solution.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? Because of that system, there will be days where you log on, you want to do this dungeon, and you don't find a group. It will happen though. That's the downside, right? That can happen.
Sure.
Or that you don't have enough time to do a dungeon because you know it will take an hour or 30 minutes or 40 minutes to get that group going, and the healer and the tank, etc. You know, so that's the point of us arguing, is we like to talk about, yeah, that's great, except for this, you know?
Yeah. And that might help people that are a little more like myself, less likely to find groups, push them a little bit to do that. If you know you need groups to do certain content more quickly,
Yeah.
then you might be in a guild, or you might have a group that you can call on.
Yeah. And I've even seen in looking for group tools where you're allowed to leave a comment, I've seen absurd claims and they still get groups, right? I've seen people say stuff like, need carry. You know, like, straight up, like, I suck, I need a carry. And somebody will come along and be like, I will carry you, dude.
Because someone who thinks they're so uber feels like, I can do that. You know, I'm
Yeah.
such an awesome
Yeah.
character. I'm so overgeared. I can totally carry this guy, and he gets
Yeah.
enjoyment out of that.
Yeah, he
There's
gets enjoyment
all
out of showing how awesome he
Yeah,
is. Yeah,
all kinds of
exactly.
people, right? So absolutely, a matchmaking system is great for that.
Yep. I really do like that, because you can find anything too. You can be like, well, because there's a dungeon finder, there's a raid finder in retail, but there's not a, you know, I just want to do this zone. Let's run through this zone quest, or I want to do this one particular boss, you know, in this zone. Or I want to farm for these mats, or
Yep.
you know, whatever. You can do. Looking for group opens it up for anything. So I'm a big
great.
fan.
Absolutely.
I think something about this group too, when we discuss things, all of us have played and enjoyed many different kinds of MMOs. So even though we might have an idea of what we think is perfection, we can still have fun playing all kinds of MMOs.
Also, viewpoints change over the years, because what I liked 20 years ago, I don't like today. What I liked 5 years ago, I don't like today.
That's
and
100% true.
There's also, at least from my personal perspective, this is just me speaking now, I've also, even though I'm not actively doing any MMORPG development at the moment, having spent a little bit of time in that space, opened my eyes to other things where I went, oh shit, I never thought about it that way. And then it changed my viewpoint, because I stopped looking at things as a player and started looking at it from the developer side of view. And I feel like that more often than not can lead people to have a better, at least a better understanding of why things are the way they are, or why things might have changed, especially when you talk about monetization and fast travel and hot topics that people have about things that they think were the bee's knees or whatever, and they're not there anymore. Well, there's usually a reason for that. Why did it change? And is it worth going back to, or is it just nostalgia? Which I think is really important.
And also the worth. Is it worth?
Yes.
Depending from a player's point of view, worth is different than from a developer's point of view who wants to make money, right? It's going to be a different
I don't use
definition
add-ons,
of the
Catcher,
word
so
worth.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Also, development time, because if something is taking too long, or it's going to be too many man hours, or I may have used this in one of our discussions last time, if the audience size is so small, like for example, we have Linux users who make up the less than half of the 1%, half of 1%, and then we have Mac users who make up an even smaller percent. Well, then it's not worth it for the developer to develop a Linux client or a Mac client, but yet the Mac client users and the Linux client users tend to be the most vocal about how, oh, there's tons of people playing Linux, there's tons of people playing Macs, you need to give us our own client. Well, actually, the data suggests otherwise. Everyone's using Windows. So there's also that component to factor in, because if it's not worth the time to develop it in the first place, it gets thrown to the wayside.
Very true. And there's with from a player's point of view, honestly, and I think a lot of developers have kind of lost sight of this, they're less concerned about the money side as they are of their time investment. A general player is thinking of a game like, is it worth playing? Is it worth my time? Do I invest hundreds of hours into this. Is it worth that? And that's why reviews and streams and all that are a big deal, especially on a new release. Is that they're trying to figure that out. Like, you know, I can watch this 2-hour stream, get a feel for it, and then I can decide, is it worth my time? They're not thinking, is it worth my money? They're more thinking, is it worth my time? And I think a lot of developers are thinking everybody's worried about the money. It's not. It's not really that. It's
especially as they get older.
As you get older, yeah.
Yeah, I did a video about the Northrend boost the other day, and I asked the question, is it worth it? And I analyzed it purely from the standpoint of, if it's going to cost me X amount of hours to level, then it's worth it because I can make money while I'm working to justify the cost of that $50.
Exactly.
But on the other side of that equation are the people who argue, well, boosts ruin the economy, boosts do this, boosts do that. Well, that was not the question I was addressing. The question I was addressing, is it worth it from a time investment standpoint? Because it's only $50. And if it takes me 100 hours to level, then I'm only spending 50 cents per hour. Or if it takes me 50, I'm spending $1 per hour. So from a monetary investment standpoint, that boost is worth it because I get to save those 50 hours and go make 20 YouTube videos as opposed to spending 50 hours leveling. So there's interesting things across the board. Looking at the different pressure points.
There's so many variables that it's hard to black and white define the answer.
Yep.
Except when it comes to fishing, because fishing sucks in all MMORPGs.
Oh, I love fishing. That's one of my favorites.
Leave fishing alone. It's supposed to be boring.
I love boring fishing.
That's a hangover from my youth when my dad made me go fishing, and so
I
hate fishing.
Yeah.
I love fishing in real life.
In real life, not so much. But it's like the lottery thing. It's like, will I get that rare fish this time?
Yeah, yeah. You know what it is for fishing for me? Is that I think that anything could be under there, and maybe I'll actually find something nobody's ever seen before. I always think that when I'm fishing, even though I never have and never will. It's just the possibility. It's another world under there. You know what I mean?
I get excited when I catch a fish, even if it's puny. I just love the whole like reeling it in and what is it and what kind of fish, how big is it? I love it.
Yeah.
Except for when you reel them in by the eyeball.
Oh, I've never done that.
No,
You've never done that? You've never caught one by the eyeball? Oh, that's awful.
No,
I feel so
that is
bad.
awful. Oh, yeah, that'd be horrible.
No.
You
Mine
never
have
done that?
always been-
I thought that I did that fairly often. I thought that was normal.
Oh my gosh, what kind of lures do you use?
I don't know, but I do that fairly often. I'll reel them in by the eyeball. I'm like, oh,
Nathan
no, I'm sorry.
He uses bear trap lures.
I thought that was common. My bad.
All right, I gotta duck out, guys. Chris needs to
Okay.
head out, and we got lumber
Yeah.
to sort through and stuff. So thank you again for a wonderful group this morning. I know I'll be back tonight with Lotro. I don't know if anybody else has other streams planned, but I'll be doing Lord of the Rings online tonight.
Nathan and I will be on the 101 playing some ESO.
Yep.
Well, hopefully we'll see each other around today. If not, tomorrow. More fun tomorrow. What is tomorrow? Tomorrow's something.
Wednesday.
Oh, Thursday's the multi-stream. So Thursday
Nathan and I
night.
might be doing WoW in the morning tomorrow.
Yes, that's the
All right.
plan. Yep.
All right.
We may start a little later than 8.
Yeah, you've
just
got
'cause
kids
the
drop
kids
off.
drop
Yeah.
off. Yeah.
And
Okay.
we'll be back at 4 a.m. as usual. Yay.
All
All right, see you guys.
Okay, see you around.
All right, guys. Yeah, have a good day.
Have a good day.
See you.